Thanks everyone for being here this evening for our City of Lacombe regular council meeting for Monday, July 8th. It is now 5:30 p.m. and we'll call the meeting to order. Before we discuss our agendas, I just wanted to put it to council that this is an extremely ambitious agenda in my opinion. And I think there's a few items in here that we may want to consider to perhaps leaving until the end and then consider them if in fact there is time to do so. There's a few on here that are not necessarily time sensitive. And I think there, or at least I don't foresee any issues with, perhaps administration will disagree with me, but I don't see any issues with putting them off if need be. Of course, we want to handle as much business as we can. However, when it starts getting 9, 10 o'clock at night, sometimes the discussion is not the most fruitful. So with that in mind, I would like for you to consider some of the items on the agenda, which I know that you've all went over. I think that the street naming policy, I think probably could be left until a later date. I think the social needs assessment perhaps could be put off till another day. I mean, it's not like any of these items are not important. They're just not quite as time sensitive as some other ones. CEO Gowdy, you and I discussed some of these items previous. What were the other items that we thought maybe were appropriate for consideration to leave till the end?
The capital project profile for asphalt millings for Missioner Park, we've recommended making that a budget decision anyway, since it is a capital budget. So probably considering that later in the summer wouldn't have a huge implication. And in camera, you have a land item that is an important item, but again, it's not time sensitive in the same way that some of these other ones are.
Okay. All right. So as I said, just a consideration for the time being, and to move things along for consideration of our consent agenda. Does anybody have any items they would like to have removed? CEO Gowdy.
For council's consideration, I would propose pulling the CAO report out of the consent agenda and putting it into the normal agenda.
Does anyone have any others? Councillor Gullickson.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I'll move that we accept the consent agenda as amended.
Thank you. No other lights on, please go ahead and vote. Consent agenda so far. And that is unanimously passed in favor. Thank you. So now that I made a point of putting some items to the end, is that something that we need to have a motion about, CEO Gowdy, or?
Yeah, you could propose, if there's no opposition, to a renumbering to have items 6.6, 6.7, and 6.5 added to the end of the agenda after 6.8, or not added, sorry, moved to after 6.8.
So prior to getting into a motion for the main agenda, are there any one of those 4 items that anyone has any reason to that they would not be best left until the end? Councillor Hoekstra.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. 6.6, isn't there a timeline that we're trying to meet? And so I don't think we should delay the discussion of that item. That would be my opinion.
And fair enough. I think that We have been working towards this for quite a number of years. However, if there's a specific date in mind, CEO Gotti, we'd certainly like to know about it.
We do have a project timeline that identifies tonight as council's consideration of that item. So it would potentially push that timeline back until the next meeting. And Director Lapointe, what is the current target for phase 2 to begin?
Phase 2 would begin immediately upon approval of phase 1 at this point, and there's a series of engagement activities that are planned. So yes, we'd be pushing back those engagement activities if that were the case.
Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. As being on FCSS, I think we do have some presenters here as well. And I think that would be, I guess, I think they've come from some distance to acknowledge and present their, and it is more of an approval to continue the process. I don't think it's going to be a great length of a discussion. I think it's just more of to continue the community engagement and process to keep moving it forward. So I don't foresee a very long, lengthy discussion. So
very good. So we've got a couple that see the value in leaving that one in there. With respect to items 6.5, 7, and 8, would we be okay with just those 3 then being moved to the back end of the agenda with the expectation they be done prior to a time frame that's agreeable by us all? We're okay with that? So I think we've got that understanding now then before we consider the overall agenda. So whoever would care to dive in and make an appropriate motion on that one. Councillor Dallas, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. Motion to accept the agenda as amended.
Very good. Thank you. And you can, unless there is any other comments, you can please go ahead and vote. And that is unanimously in favor as well. So it's not every week that we get open forum participants. Pleased to have 3 with us here this evening. Thank you for coming. The open forum is to provide citizens and ratepayers with an opportunity to ask questions on matters of public interest or concern during a regular council meeting. Council may allow a person to make a presentation, or a group in this instance. However, questions are not necessarily answered at this time. We don't really know what you have in mind, so we're happy to hear about it. And just want to remind everybody that your presentations and question periods are to be limited to 5 minutes, and responses may be provided by any council member, administration, or that presentation may simply be received as information, just so we can temper expectations given that we don't know what's coming our way. Council may request administration for additional information before responding, and a response from a council member or administration may not necessarily represent the opinion of council as a whole. Open forum presentations or questions are recorded in the minutes of the meeting, and you're certainly welcome to view them on the YouTube channel, just as you are with any of our public meetings. So with that in mind, we have some individuals here. Ron, Mr. Keller, appreciate you being here as chairperson of the Iron Wolf Condominium Board. We've got Derry Armstrong, the chairperson of the Henners Lake Villas Association, and also a representative of the Cranach Cove Condominium Board, I believe. And I'm sorry, I did not know your name. Thank you, Arlene. Appreciate you being here. If both of you or either of you would care to join Ron, you're certainly welcome to. And just a reminder to please use the microphone for the benefit of those in the gallery and those watching at home. When you push down the button, there's a little light on the microphone here. It's red like it is now. And if you can just share that if you're apparently you're on your own.
all right.
The floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mayor, councilors, Councilor Cora tells me not to be nervous because you guys are nice guys, so I'll try to carry on with there. As we were introduced, we're presidents of the boards of 3 condominium associations here in Lacombe. I'm president of the board of the Iron Wolf condominiums. We're 24 Bearland condos just east of the Action Group and behind the new Redeemer Reformed Church. Arlene Hauer is the president of the condominium association from Crana Lake condos, and they are 16 duplex and townhouse type units, and they're conventional condos. And Derry Armstrong is president of the association for the Henards Lakeside Villas, and they're Bearland condos as well, and they're 30 units that are single houses and duplex units up at College Heights, just by Vernon University. So none of these condos are high-rise condos, they're single units. So we represent 74 units with over 100 adult condominium owners and voters that pay approximately $340,000 of annual property taxes. Now, some of you may not be aware, but condominiums are assessed exactly the same as any other property in Lacombe. And and then we pay property taxes on the assessed value, just like everybody else. The condominium owners pay exactly the same taxes as every other property owner, but we do not receive the same services from the city. The purpose of this presentation really is to request the city to consider providing services for the tax dollars that we pay, such as street cleaning, snow plowing, sewer flushing, things that the regular property owners get for their tax dollars. Right now, our condominium associations pay thousands of dollars a year to private contractors to pay for services that the city provides for other property owners. The Iron Wolf condos that I'm associated with, we pay over $5,000 a year for regular services that the city doesn't provide, but does provide for other people just down the street. And for the Henards Lakeside Villas, they pay approximately $3,360 last year. And the Crana Cove, the villas of Crana Cove paid an annual cost of $3,878 last year. Just an example, the city's snowplows and street sweepers come right up to our closes, turn around and go the other way, rather than coming in and spending a few minutes running through our closes and giving us a quick sweep or a quick snowplow. We pay the same taxes, we just don't get that service. So we really feel that with discussions, that any areas of concern the city may have with working something out with us, we could somehow work it out for the benefit of the city and for the condominium taxpayers. We believe changes can be made to the city's policies so that the condominium owners have equal access to the city services that every other taxpayer gets. So we just ask for your consideration and your willingness to discuss this further. Thank you. How'd I do? Minute and 17. Oh, not.
I'll be honest, after you use a minute for introductions, I was worried, but you did very well. Thank you. So what you have outlined, I know to be very true, exactly what you said. The unfortunate part is the land which you're talking about is private land. We understand that. You have substantially bigger lot than what anybody who owns property in a private residence or otherwise. And much like myself or anybody that owns a residential property is responsible for the services that are performed on their property. Beyond the property line, of course, that's city responsibility. So I'm certainly open to being corrected by administration, but I think this is where some of the problems come in, and there is some, I'm the first actually to not be very impressed when people hide behind insurance and liability and all the rest of this, But in fact, in this instance, it is a consideration. And I would just ask our CAO some of the points that outline how we deal with private property operations with city forces.
Sure. So there's as I'm sure you're aware, the Condominiums Act, I think, of Alberta outlines shared responsibilities amongst the condominium owners, as well as your own bylaws. And so to the mayor's point, much as it seems like a municipal road, say in one of the condominium sides, I'm sorry, in your condominium, those on-site roadways would be akin to a driveway in a regular parcel. It's a much longer driveway because it's a shared driveway, but the same way as the city doesn't perform services on private property for the driveway or water services or utilities, the same applies to the condominiums. There are some issues with liability. Obviously, those can be worked through the same as a private contractor does. But any services traditionally that a municipality would offer to a condominium is an at-cost service. So basically, you'd be treating us as a contractor rather than where you currently use. The city can perform those.
But is that an available thing? Like the sewer flushing, we have to bring somebody in to do that. You know, the city obviously has some kind of a contract going. If there's some way that we could work it out so that you come and do our flushing, probably get a better deal. You know, everybody kind of wins when we do that. Or the snowplow running through. I mean, is there some way that we can work out those liabilities? We understand liability. We understand where that goes, but you guys have anything else you want to say?
No, I guess just to concur, I guess what we're asking for is to have some further conversation, right? So in regards to what services that can be provided from the city, right? So, I mean, you know, the garbage truck can drive up and pick up my garbage, right? But a snowplow can't. Okay. You know, there's certain some inconsistencies in regards to what services are available to people that are living in the condo. So I guess what we're asking for is, can we engage in some conversation as to what kinds of services that we could ask from the city that's deemed appropriate within the legislation, and what ones could be A, paid for by taxes, or B, possibly some of it by contract, right? So I guess that's what we're asking. So is to further that conversation.
So certainly that is something we're open to, those kind of conversations. The paid for by taxes, I think, I don't want to give you false hope there. The taxes pay for the maintenance and capital costs related to public infrastructure. And so providing that same level of service to private infrastructure would disadvantage other residents within the community. But certainly looking at the ability to contract certain services, that is something we can look into. We'll write something up for you and then be in contact over the summer here. I don't know the exact time, but we will continue the conversation for sure.
So there is one of the condos actually that we're talking about has an interesting situation in that some of their condos front a street that the city plows, but these condo owners have to pay into the condo association to help plow the part that isn't, and street sweep and do all that. So, and they're paying the same taxes, right?
Councillor Hibbs.
Thank you. I appreciate that we have a very packed agenda, but I do think it's worth pointing out. I just want to reiterate this point that I feel like you're saying that you're not getting the same benefit as all the other taxpayers in the community. And I would say 100% that you are. It's just the fact that your property is made up differently. So it looks differently. So the service doesn't look like it's the same, but in fact, you are getting the same service to the edge of your property that I am, that you are, that the people, you know, next door to us here are. So I do appreciate that. And I appreciate the willingness of administration to be willing to work with you. And I would echo that, but I also want to temper it, because I feel like if we start showing favoritism, then that's a slippery slope and that's a problem. Why don't we plow, you know, private parking lots that a lot of residents use, like at the mall, for example? Again, it's private property. That's not our job to do. That would increase our taxes and would actually drop services down for everybody else. So I just want to keep that in mind, that me as an individual person, I'm open to hearing possible solutions, but I just really want to temper what that might look like. You chose to be in a condominium as opposed to an individual house on an individual property. And with that comes some drawbacks, but it also comes with some, you know, pluses that you're able to control that you wouldn't be able to if it was just a regular residential street. So I just felt like I had to make that comment.
Yeah, and that's great. We understand that, but if Min is willing to discuss this a little further with us and look into it, that'd be great. But we understand exactly where you're coming from.
Very good. Well, given that fact that administration is more than willing to work with you, unless there's some additional information. Very good. We will consider our 5 minutes used up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Councilors.
Thank you. CO Gowdy, there was the second or the Q2 summary report that was removed from the overall agenda. If you care to go through that now.
Yes, thank you. Under other items for the betterment of council, I have an item that Director Thompson is going to help me explain.
Okay.
That it relates to our public hearings this evening.
Yeah, thanks, CEO Gowdy. I want to inform council of some advertising challenges for the 2 public hearings tonight, which resulted in the use of different advertising methods for each. But first, I want to confirm that the advertising for the public hearings tonight still meets the requirements of our advertising bylaw, and that the public hearings may continue as scheduled. According to the city's advertising bylaw, public hearing advertisements can be placed on the website or in a newspaper, among other methods listed in Section 3 of the bylaw. And recently, administration indicated to council our intent to use the city's website as the primary medium for these advertisements, and that the newspaper would still also be used, but as a secondary method. In the case of both public hearings tonight, letters were mailed to all properties within 60 meters. And as you have seen in your agenda package, the city has received written feedback from residents regarding both. Due to a newspaper error, the ad for the LUB 400.58 public hearing was not published, but it was published on the city's website. The advertisement for the land use bylaw 400.57 public hearing was placed in the Lacombe Express, but not included on the city's website. We recognize the importance of consistency with respect to the delivery of public hearing advertisements, and we've already updated our administrative procedures to avoid future inconsistencies. So I would advise council of those advertising consistencies tonight.
Thank you for being forthright in bringing that up beforehand and being in a public way. Given that the minimum standards were in fact met, I think our proceedings are still valid from what I'm hearing. It's unfortunate when things like that happen. However, if we're being honest, mistakes do get made, and hopefully we can have those corrected for future and not let it happen again. CO Gowdy, was there any other items?
I had discussed with Councillor Ross, possibly just talking about Lacombe Days that's happening right away here in Lacombe, and he was going to provide a quick update there.
That I will. Thank you, Mayor Creasy. A lot in a year of planning. Obviously, with the concert, we are still would be one to put out a lot more ticket sales. That area, the parade is going awesome. We have 2 marching bands that we kind of face some scrutiny the odd year because they're just not available sometimes. They go to competitions throughout US and Europe. So we're fortunate to have Reggie Royals and the U of A and a police regimental band. So yeah, the forecast is wonderful. Can't encourage you enough to go on lacombedays.ca. We will have the pamphlets go out by Canada Post. They should be out this. They will be out this week, tomorrow or Wednesday. So that will come out in your mail because we didn't get it out last year. So take some responsibility. I apologize for that last year, but a lot of events. And if you have any questions, send your questions to info@lacombe.ca and our committee will respond directly. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Ross. You and the remainder of the Lacombe Days Committee always do a wonderful job in putting together an event for the entire community. You had mentioned concert earlier on. What concert might this be and when is
My
that?
apologies. We have Finger 11, 80s, 90s rock Finger 11 in Prism. So yeah, that's Saturday night. Starts at 7 o'clock. Prism starts first and then Finger 11. We kind of went to the rock last couple of years because of so many other different country concerts, being with Ponoka and Calgary and Big Valley Jamboree. So it's new from last year. We hope to build on it. We started selling tickets sooner. We have more tickets than last year, but there'll be obviously food and beverages there. But so yeah, so that's a big one. It's a lot of work for the committee. It's a ton of hours and organizing. So, but yeah, that's a big change in the last couple of years. The parade we hope to have bigger and better. The weather, like I say, the forecast is great, but and tons of barbecues and yeah, just go to lacombedays.ca and look at the brochure and it'll be in your mail Wednesday or Thursday. So thank you very kindly.
Appreciate that. So in fact, there are tickets remaining for the concert as well then? Okay, very good. Does anybody have anything else they would like to add for 2.5 minutes for the Lacombe Days? Seeing there isn't any here, we do need to have a motion to accept the CAO Q2 report as presented. Someone to consider that. Councillor Hibbs.
I can make that motion to accept the CAO report.
Thank you very much. Any other input? Please go ahead and vote. So for anybody watching, wondering what's going on there, IT is helping me out by consuming a little time here because we can't start public hearings until 6 p.m. and it's 6:58. But in fact, I think it is up for your consideration now, Council. So please go ahead and vote. And that is passed unanimously. Thanks, everyone. And the first one is 58. All right. By my clock, it is in fact 6 p.m. So as mayor, I will declare the statutory public hearing for bylaw 400.58 now open, and this hearing is held pursuant to sections 7, 8, 230, 606, 640, and 692 of the Municipal Government Act 2000 as amended, and request our legislative coordinator to confirm the purpose of this public hearing, that the statutory public hearing notice was advertised as required by the city's advertising bylaw, and that any written submissions received and not included in the public hearing agenda package are now read into the record.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy and Council. The purpose of the public hearing is to allow the general public to provide input to the proposed amending bylaw 400.58, given first reading on June 10th, 2024. Bylaw 400.58 proposes to amend land use bylaw 400. If approved, bylaw 400.58 will redesignate the subject site for FD future designation to R4 residential mixed district. In accordance with the city's advertising bylaw 482 and section 606 of the MGA requirements for advertising, a public hearing notice was advertised on the city's website starting June 11th, 2024, as shown in the agenda package. Mayor Creasy and Council, one written submission was received and is included in the agenda package, and the city received one registration from members of the public to speak.
And once again, just to confirm, there was none received afterwards for now. Okay, very good. So all persons giving oral presentations this evening are to clearly state their name, and presentations are to be brief and to the point. The order of the statutory public hearing presentation will be as follows. Initially, our development officer or designate will open, followed by those in favor, then those opposed, and finally by those deemed to be affected by this decision. And I think for this particular item, obviously we've got Senior Development Officer Dooley. Whenever your notes are ready there, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I will be presenting on the redesignation of 1.77 hectares within the Northeast 20, 40, 26 west of the 4th from future designation to residential mixed. So the purpose is to amend the zoning designation on a 1.77 hectare parcel of land located in the Metcalf Ridge Outline Plan area. The parcel is currently designated future designation district, and redesignation will allow for construction of multi-attached housing and semi-detached housing consistent with the Metcalf Ridge Outline Plan. This is an aerial of the subject property, and the red arrow is pointing to approximately where the 1.77 hectare parcel is located within the overall quarter section, the remainder of. And the proposal would redesignate the subject site from FD to R4. The R4 district allows a range of permitted and discretionary uses, including multi-attached housing, semi-detached dwellings, and multiple housing developments. There's a maximum density of 55 units per hectare, and for multi-attached housing, it is limited to a maximum of 6 units per building. These are some site photos of the subject property that show the land as it is as of last week. Within the municipal development plan, the future land concept map identifies the subject area as future residential development. And within the southeast area structure plan, the area shown as general residential lands. The Metcalf Ridge Outline Plan, this amendment is consistent with the outline plan, and I've shown again approximately the 1.77 hectare area outlined in the red circle. So recently council did consider and approve an amendment to redesignate from what was previously R1, B and C districts to R4, and that's on the more northern parcel. The property that's on the south side of Metcalf Way was slated for R4 district with the original outline plan back in 2015. And this is the surrounding area, their land use designations, which is predominantly future designation, MR municipal reserve, and then some R1 lots as well, and a little bit of mixed residential. For public consultation, at the time of the writing of the report, no letters of opposition or support were received. Prior to the public hearing and after the writing of the report, administration did receive one letter of opposition. And summary of the comment received was that lots were previously larger estate lots, and the change to R4 may negatively impact the adjacent landowner's property value. Lower income families moving into the area will not increase the value of the homes built on Parlby Crescent. And in response, the larger estate lots currently fit into the R1 district within the land use bylaw 400. There is not a large lot residential district with this iteration of the land use bylaw. The proposed redesignation is in accordance with the previously approved amendments to the Metcalf Ridge Outline Plan, and the proposed density aligns with the city's municipal development plan. In summary, the proposed redesignation to R4 is consistent with Lacomb's statutory plans, and the Metcalf Ridge Outline Plan amended in June of 2024 shows the site as an R4 area. Staff recommendation that council gives second reading to bylaw 400.58 as presented, and that council resolves to consider the third reading of bylaw 400.58 at the same meeting as second reading, and that council gives third reading to bylaw 400.58 as presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Senior Development Officer Dooley. Appreciate that. I would now call on those who wish to speak in favor of this bylaw 400.58.
I guess that would be me. Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. My name is Glenn Fraser. I'm the project manager on Metcalf Ridge. The medium density land use that we're looking for on this site will be located along the collector roadway as well. So the roadways would have 20 meters of right of way, large carriageways, 1.4 meter sidewalks on either side of the roads. We'll also have rear lanes for the ability to utilize rear yard parking stalls. This location was chosen due to its close proximity to the public open space and the walking trails. So the park space will serve as a focal point for the community where residents can gather to host picnics and community gatherings. The rezoning of the area, it's a gentle rezoning. We're only looking at an increase of 32 units overall in the entire quarter section. So it's not a large density increase. And the intent is not to not as a rental facility. It would be entry-level homes for sale is the intent of this. So it would be a duplex townhome type of development is what we envision putting in there, just to try and get a price point that's somewhat different than a single family dwelling is these days. So that's what we had to say about it. Have any questions on it? We're here for that.
Mr. Fraser, just for some clarification, given the letter that was submitted by a current resident, I'm making an assumption that they likely live somewhere in the lots numbered to either, is it 23 through 34?
They're on the estates on the further south parcels, right? Okay. Which is,
and so the connection to the area that could be affected by this proposal is across an alley as opposed to a street.
And a street, an alley and a street. It's probably half a block away. Okay. Yeah. In the initial district where that was moved to estate housing, it's quite a distance from where this is.
Okay. Thank you. Did you have any other items you care to add?
No, that's it.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Another opportunity for anybody else wishing to speak in favor of bylaw 400.58. Now is your opportunity. Not a lot of movement in the gallery, but I'll call a third time for anyone wishing to speak in favor of bylaw 400.58. And just because I do often when the doors are closed on council chambers, I would ask one of our senior staff to please just ensure there's no one that feels they're not allowed to come in or not welcome in here in the hallway or the chairs out there. Very good. Want to make sure everybody has the ability to be heard here. Given that's all that wish to speak in favor, is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition of bylaw 400.58? Please come forward now. It's almost as though we've got people here for a different bylaw. Second call for those who wish to speak in opposition of bylaw 400.58. And third and final opportunity. Seeing no one, thank you. Is there any person who is deemed to be affected that wishes to be by this decision who wishes to be heard at this time? First opportunity, second opportunity, and third. Very good. I declare the public hearing for bylaw 400.58 to be closed at 6:10 p.m. Okay. Legislative coordinator does such a wonderful job of organizing all of my notes and papers. And I can tell by the look on her face, she's quite distraught when I destroy her organization and go through them and find them. But I did find the one that I'm after. All right, on to our second public hearing for this evening with respect to bylaw 400.57. As mayor, I declare the statutory public hearing for bylaw 400.57 to now be open. This hearing is held pursuant to sections 7, 8, 230, 606, 640, and 692 of the Municipal Government Act 2000 as amended, and request our legislative coordinator to confirm the purpose of this public hearing, that the statutory public hearing notice was advertised as required by the city's advertising bylaw, and that any written submissions received and not included in the public hearing agenda package are read into the record now.
Thank you, Mayor Christie and Council. The purpose of the public hearing is to allow the general public to provide input to the proposed amending bylaw 400.57, given first reading May 27th, 2024. Bylaw 400.57 proposes to amend the land use bylaw 400. If approved, bylaw 400.57 will rezone lands described as lot 25 through to 28, block 16, plan 1722619, known as 52, 53, 52, 55, 52, 57, and 52, 59 49th Street, from residential single and semi-detached district R2 to residential multi-unit dwelling district R5. In accordance with the city's advertising bylaw 482 and section 606 of the MGA requirements for advertising, a public hearing notice was advertised in the Lacombe Express on Thursday, June 13th, and Thursday, June 20th, 2024, as shown in the agenda package. Mayor Christie and Council, 7 written submissions were received, 6 are included in the agenda package, and 1 will now be read into the record. Received July 7th, 2024. Good afternoon. I would like to express some questions which feel like concerns regarding what appears to be some changes of the dynamics in our neighborhood. I just in the last few days saw the second posting publication of bylaw 400/400.54 in the Lacombe Express newspaper to rezone the corner of 49th Street and 54th Avenue, where the old church, if I remember correctly, previously existed. My name is Arlene Foss, and I live at 5432 49th Street, which is 6 houses away from the corner of what is proposed for a multi-unit dwelling. I do not find a copy of the bylaw, which seems to no longer be on the city website. I work 11-hour days during the week, so I am not able to attend the council meeting hearing on Monday evenings, but I definitely wish to convey my concerns and that they be presented to the council meeting on the 8th of July, 2024. Questions I would like to be addressed. Multi-unit dwelling meaning, ? Is it a duplex, multiplex, or an apartment building? ? What happens to neighborhood parking? There is no parking available on the 54th Avenue. It is flow through traffic, as well as the north side of the lot has a stopping place for postal boxes. So with essentially only having one street side of the lot to have parking, then sorry, I'm just reading the writing. Then where will parking come from the multi-residential unit? There are essentially no other multi-unit dwellings in this older area of the town, other than a few duplexes and one apartment building on 50th Avenue across from the school. If this proposed multi-unit means multi, meaning more than two, which then means more than a duplex, then this changes the dynamic of the neighborhood by quite a lot and changes the skyline of the neighborhood. The neighborhood has a quaint appearance of the older, well-built houses and yards and back alleys. I have always believed the town attempts to maintain a nice continuity throughout the town. It is a different story in the newer developed areas of town where different styles may be integrated in their own regions. But at the moment, without more clarity as to what is being proposed for the corner lot at the end of my street, I am concerned with many of the changes of land use being proposed and happening in many municipalities over the last few years. Thank you very much for your time. I request a written response to my letter and its questions, as well that it is put forth fully at the council meeting on Monday evening, July 8th. With concern and regards, Arlene Foss. This is a second letter on the same date from Arlene Foss. Hello, I sent an earlier email today addressing the same issue of bylaw 400.57. I found more info, thus I will add more comments and concerns. I read the letter submitted by neighbors for the 27th of May 2024 council meeting to the issue of changing their zoning from R2 to R5 of lots 25 through 28, block 16, plan 1722619 at 52nd Avenue and 49th Street in Lacombe. I agree wholeheartedly with all of them in everything that was noted. I have been living at 5432 49th Street for almost 8 years, and it has always had a wonderful neighborhood ambiance in so many ways. And Lacombe as a city/town is a great place to live. It would be a shame to throw a red herring into the pot. I have noted my own and reiterated some others' very valid points. This is the third attempt and the second year of this idea being proposed for a developer for the corner lot, and with consistent neighborhood opposition for changing the zoning to accommodate a 2.5-story 12-unit dwelling. With a style that does not fit or blend with any of the surrounding areas, will increase noise and disruption of the neighborhood piece from a 12-unit dwelling of renters, and increased congestion will negatively impacting the life for existing residents. Much increased traffic from a 12-unit dwelling, much increased need for parking from a 12-unit dwelling. Existing neighbors should not have to scramble for parking spots. The amount of overflow of vehicles that would come from a 12-unit complex and on a corner lot that has only one street side for any kind of parking. Thus, there would be a huge negative impact on the neighborhoods for a few blocks in all directions. This lot is on a very busy avenue just in general, but it is also where children are being dropped off for school or other sports centers and then picked up as well. Our local daycares bring children to and from the Popo Playground Park, which is just opposite the lot, thus having a higher parking demand at certain times of day. The complexities of a multi-unit like this is in this type of bungalow area is known to bring down neighborhood property values, not increase them. This number of residential units is far too much for the area. Neighborhood quality of life would be negatively impacted. The developers plan to start out with charging renters $1,500 a month. This is not affordable rent. Renters typically do not afford the care of property as homeowners do, thus the neighborhood appearance typically goes down. The developer has already shown minimal interest to care for the property due to minimal snow removal and grass mowing where the whole lot turned to dandelions. So what does that demonstrate for the future? 2.5-story multi-unit does not mirror the existing landscape or continuity of the neighborhood. With the Eduardoan character of the proposed building style and appearance would contrast with the neighborhood of the wonderfully well-built bungalow houses, nice yards, and great backyards. These are many daunting long-term impacts on the community. There are areas already in Lacombe that are well suited for multi-complexes, and the developer has other choices to make this kind of plan in other locations that will blend with those areas of the community. Please encourage that they make an offer for this particular lot, a different proposal that will keep the continuity of the existing neighborhood. Lacombe has built a beautiful, charming, and one with a wonderful appeal that makes neighborhoods special and that carries a joy in the people. Bad decisions can't be reversed very easily. Lacombe is beautiful in many ways. Decisions, good or bad, set precedents. Please do not succumb to WEF and ICLEI money handouts for proposals that try to dictate our municipalities, so often in ways that do not align with the people. Inappropriate zoning makes for ugly cities. Thank you so much for your time to listen. With kind regards and concerns for our neighborhood, Arlene Foss. The city has received 2 registrations from members of the public to speak this evening.
To the point, the order similarly will be as follows. First to speak will be our development officer or designate. Followed by those in favor, and those opposed, and then any person deemed to be affected who wishes to be heard. And in this particular instance, I think that we have Beth McLaughlin, Senior Planner with Parkland Community Planning Services, is our name designate. And you've been here plenty of times before, so whenever you're ready to go, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. Good evening, Council. I am going to present to you bylaw 400.57 this evening, which is a land use bylaw amendment for the redistricting of several properties at the corner of 52nd Avenue and 49th Street. So the city has received this application to change the designation. It is a group of 4 lots located at 52, 53, 52, 55, 52, 57, and 52, 59, 49th Street. The current designation is R2, which is a single and semi-detached district, and the redistricting request is to go to R5, which is residential multi-unit dwelling district. The R5 district would allow a variety of permitted and discretionary uses, which could include multi-attached housing, which would be townhouse type style or fourplex, care residence, and apartment housing. We do know that the applicant hopes to develop the site as an apartment, and we estimate as administration that 10 to 12 units could be developed on the site. So in the letter that the legislative coordinator read out talking about 12 units, that would be where they have received that information from. It is an estimate of how many units could potentially be built. So this application will seem familiar to you because the same application did come forward last year in July 2023. And we did move through the process of redesignation up to second reading, and second reading was defeated in August 2023. When a redesignation application is defeated, they can resubmit the same application after 6 months have elapsed from the date of the decision of council from the last decision. So we certainly have lapsed that 6-month time period, which is why this application is able to come forward again. In regards to this application, as part of the current submission and following the previous application, the applicant did provide a letter outlining more of what their hopes are for the property, and also provided renderings to address some of the concerns of council and the neighboring property owners, which were previously expressed last year. So what we had heard was that there was some uncertainty of what could be on this property, what would it look like? Those types of questions did come up. So we worked with the developer to provide a bit more information. There is no approved permit, so certainly plans could change, but this will give council and the neighboring property owners a sense of potentially what they could see. So as noted, the lots are located on the corner of 54th Avenue and 49th Street, directly across from the Pop House Park and Playground. It's also located 2 blocks from schools and recreation facilities. Located in the greater downtown, it is within walking distance of the downtown, including commercial services, medical, grocery stores, and shopping. There's a number of surrounding land use districts in the area. So this is the site as it exists. It is vacant, so it currently doesn't have anything on it and has been vacant for quite some time. So there are a number of statutory plans which speak to redesignation of properties, which would support this particular redesignation application. So the municipal development plan has several policies indicating that infill would utilize existing land and infrastructure, and appropriate density is determined through the land use bylaw. So the MDP certainly would support this. There's also a number of policies in relation to multi-unit housing and what those percentages should be in Lacombe. So having a housing mix target of 35% multifamily units by 2036. So this, having a 12 unit, would increase that density moving forward for future multifamily in Lacombe. When we talk about what infill looks like, it can be sensitive to a neighborhood, which is many of the concerns that we've received from neighboring property owners in regards to the character of the neighborhood. So when designed properly, infill could be considered compatible, which is why there's restrictions to 2.5 stories in height and has specific architectural details in mind under the downtown area redevelopment plan. Within the downtown area redevelopment plan, another plan that the property would have to comply with, it is intended that the property would be a medium density transition district. So this is intended to have infill development for medium density residential users in a manner that ensures compatibility with adjacent properties. And it's a transition district between low density residential and high density residential. I would in no way consider a 12 unit apartment high density. So this would definitely be considered more that medium to low density. There's several objectives in the downtown area redevelopment plan that encourage compatible infill development, also including a wide range of housing choices. So this absolutely would provide more housing choice in this specific area. As mentioned in a number of the letters that were received, it is a primarily single family bungalow area. So this would add a little bit more intensification through a vacant and underutilized site. And it would also increase the number of people living near the downtown core. So it also would increase that outlying downtown population for the customer base, but also give new life to vacant land downtown. In relation to the land use bylaw, as mentioned, the site is currently zoned single and semi-detached district, which allows low density residential. So what you might see under the R2 district would be a single family dwelling on each of the 4 lots. So potentially 4 single family dwellings. You could have 2 duplexes, so side by side, so you would still have 4 units. You could have a detached dwelling with a secondary suite, so you could have 4 houses with suites in each of them, which in sense provide 8 units under that R2 district. However, due to the lot size being narrow and long, it is difficult to develop those types of units without needing a number of variances under the land use bylaw. If this proposed amendment is approved to R5, there are regulations in the land use bylaw that all new development will need to comply with. A number of the comments that were received from the community talked about parking and what happens to the parking. There are parking requirements for multifamily units that the development would need to comply with. If they did not, they would be asking for a variance to the land use bylaw, which would go through a whole other process in regards to whether that development permit would be supported or not. There's also a density requirement in the R5 district, which is also where we got the 12 units. So it's 80 dwelling units per hectare. And the subject site is only 0.142 hectares, which means the maximum density is 11.36 units. So if they were to try and develop more than that, again, a variance to the land use bylaw would have to be requested. And the 10 to 12 units was also based on setbacks, parking layout, and the requirement for landscaping, and that in order to meet all of that under the land use bylaw without needing a variance, there certainly is going to be that maximum of 10 to 12 units in order for everything to even fit on the property. The maximum height is limited under the downtown area redevelopment restrictions to 2.5 stories. There is no meters or feet applied to what 2.5 stories actually means. So therefore, the overall height of the small apartment could be similar to that of other multi-unit developments, such as a 2-story or 2.5-story townhouse or a 2.5-story fourplex. No, I had a whole slide on that, sorry. So in regards to planning considerations and the reasons that administration is supporting it is, one, due to the site location. So when we consider infill development and where it might be appropriate, a corner site is appropriate for an increased density or a medium density property. There's easy access from 2 streets. It also has a lane. So there's only a short traveling distance down the lane for residents who would potentially be residing in the property. So rather than a mid-street 2.5-story apartment where residents would be driving down the lane both ways, this limits the number of people traveling through the lane. It also is central to the community park, school, recreation, shopping, and downtown, as I previously mentioned. And it is recognized that it is a visual change for the streetscape. Building appearance and sensitive placement can all be considered during the design and the development permit application. And it could contribute to an attractive, albeit different, view for nearby residents. In regards to the surrounding area, as you can see from the land use bylaw map, there are a number of different districts which promote the idea that medium to higher density development is desired in the downtown area. So some of the different districts that you see in the darker orange are residential mixed use R4 and residential mixed use R5. So just 1 block to the west and 2 blocks to the east. The lots on the end are that R2 district, and then we can see the predominantly R1 single family zoning located on the street specifically. It is mainly detached dwellings as mentioned. However, with these various land use districts, there is a variety already in place within the surrounding block radius. In regards to residential development, Lacombe does provide a variety of housing types and ownership. However, the current mix is predominantly single family dwelling. And this information was brought forward previously to council based on the 2021 census of information. And while there have been several multi-family projects in Lacombe that have been constructed in the past 10 years, it has increased the availability of rental housing significantly. However, does not come up to the maximums that are projected in the MDP for the future. And we recognize that it can bring change with redevelopment. However, we do feel that there are many mechanisms in place which can help regulate compatible development and integrate it effectively into a community. So it is our opinion that the site is suitable from a planning perspective due to the location in the community and the other items that I've mentioned through my presentation. It's also contemplated in the various statutory documents that higher density development should be supported. And therefore, for these reasons, administration is recommending support of bylaw 400.57. I would like to just address that there were the number of comments that were received from the community. The main concerns in the comments in your agenda package came down to changing the character of the neighborhood due to the number of bungalow developments on the streetscape and what a apartment does to the parking in the area and maintenance of the site. I believe I've addressed these comments through the presentation in regards to having infill development be compatible through the design and architecture of what is actually projected at the build or the development permit stage. And if that gets approved, and administration can work with the developer on what that looks like during that process. As mentioned, parking is a requirement. There are minimum parking requirements for apartments, so that will need to be complied with, or a variance will have to be sought. And in regards to maintenance, the city does have a number of other bylaws that can deal with snow removal and mowing of the grass and dealing with the dandelions and weeds if those complaints are filed with by law enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. So now I would make time for those who wish to speak in favor. And we do have some registered speakers for this portion of our public hearing. Mr. Seth Dixon and Mr. Nate Rempel, who are applicants for bylaw 400.7. If you would care to take this opportunity to speak, come on forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Nate Rempel with Alair Homes, and I am the selected builder to work with the developer on this project. Excuse me. I'm fighting a bit of a frog in my throat. It's convenient timing, but so we've been working with Seth, the developer here, for a number of months. We started off really trying to accommodate the R2 zoning and building within that while also making it financially feasible to develop. So with that, as Ms. McLaughlin there stated, we had a density of 8 as a maximum. So with this new zoning, that would actually only be increasing by a couple of units. So just for reference, with trying to develop the lot with 8 units, we found it really difficult. The lots are very narrow, very tricky to make the layouts flow, to make parking flow, no matter which way we approached it. And we spent a lot of our time and a lot of administration's time trying to make it work. We had a large number of variances. So we worked with the city of Lacombe and administration for it's about 5 months back and forth. So we did put in every effort to try and accommodate R2, and then it was actually the suggestion of administration in meeting with the city that this was the best route to go to reapply for the R5 zoning as a single building with a marginally increased amount of units. Is a much cleaner fit for the lot. With our approaches on the R2 lots, trying to maximize the lots, again, they're not big lots as they sit, was actually quite imposing on the street. So the buildings just, the presence of them likely would be more imposing and more out of, I guess, continuity with the neighboring properties as one building that we can design to fit as best as possible. So that was the suggestion to reapply here, which is why we're here. A couple of things to touch on as far as concerns. Parking, we have laid out, and I was wondering, there were renderings in the agenda package. I don't know if I'm allowed to request those be shown, but thank you. So parking is something that we've definitely put some thought into. It's not our first application in general in any municipality. That's always parking kills projects. We always joke about. So as far as street parking, there will be no need for street parking, especially within that range discussed as far as density. We have well over enough parking that will be required. So that's not an issue. As far as traffic, as mentioned by Ms. McLaughlin there, we're right on 54th. So there'll be access from the alley and the front of the building. So as far as in and out flow, it'll be very smooth. You're right on to 54th and you're out of the neighborhood quite quickly, as opposed to having to go through the R1 zoned houses. A couple of things that we are keeping in mind when we are looking at designing and building this. As mentioned, the DARP is something that we've now spent quite a bit of time planning around and for. So that's the Downtown Area Redevelopment Plan. I'm sure many of you have gone through that, but it's pretty beefy. The requirements are pretty strict. And so we've really designed this around that to meet all of the needs as far as the Edwardian approach, which is one of, I think, 3 allowed designs. And then we'll consider landscaping at a later date, but to make it seem like more of a mature lot, add privacy to neighbors, fencing, things like that are all things that we're willing to consider. As far as building, we're keeping a couple of main things in mind when we're approaching that, just to add value to the neighborhood and the city and the housing need. So accessibility, for one, on the lower floor is something that we are looking to add to the lower units. Energy efficiency is, for us at Alaris, a standard and something that we like to lean towards the greener approaches to building. With Alair Homes, we are definitely more of we're not a track builder or a high volume spec. We mostly deal with the custom high-end homes. This is something that when we work on these types of projects, we want to build quality. And I can't speak to the developer, but the aim would be to attract a higher end tenant by building a higher end home. Yeah. That's all I really have to share without repeating some of the things that Ms. McLaughlin has already gone through. So thank you for the time.
Thanks, Mr. Rempel. I just one item for clarification there. Was it your anticipation on those renderings? So take the bottom left, for example. Is that basically showing the primary south-facing elevation, which would be towards the residents to the south, and then the opposite towards Popo Park, or no?
Yes. So the front door is looking at 49th, and then the park would be on the left side of the building there in the top right corner. So that would be looking south, that front door, and then the left side of the building would be towards the park. Is that clear?
I think you might be the description I don't think is quite right. If in fact, say the upper right is facing south.
Yeah.
Okay, so then the left there faces 49th Street.
The front door faces 49th Street.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the way the lots currently sit. So yeah, there's no frontage on 54th.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you. And I'm going to assume that Mr. Dixon is not here to speak. Oh, there he is there, hiding behind Mr. Fraser. You're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
And council for being willing to listen to us this evening. Nate spoke.
I'm going to interrupt there just so we can get off on the right foot.
Sure.
I didn't introduce you and you didn't state your name. So you're Seth Dixon, the current owner of the lot and applicant, correct?
Yes, correct.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction. Nate did a wonderful job and Ms. McLaughlin did a wonderful job on presenting the technicalities of things. There's not a whole lot more that I can add to what's already been said. I did read over extensively the concerns that came from the community members. I printed all the letters off. I highlighted the concerns. I saw many concerns, repetitive ones that came up in that, such as parking and whatnot. And some of those concerns have already been touched on. I wanted to personally go out into the community, and I didn't get a chance to speak with everyone, all of the neighbors. But I made a specific point to go out and connect with the ones that had written letters, the ones that were vocal about their concern. And it was good. And I wasn't trying to convince them, twist their arm to change their opinion. I just wanted to put a face. I wanted to shake a hand. I wanted to let them know that we are neighbors, that we are here for them, and that we want to support them in whatever way possible if this decision goes forward and is approved. One of the biggest concerns, well, two of the biggest concerns that I felt like was repeated over and over is out of place in the neighborhood and parking. Parking's kind of already been touched on, but one of the things that I was talking to, and I had a chance to talk to all of them, but one of the concerns that specifically Sharon Bergen brought up, she's the neighbor directly beside our lots there, is privacy, you know, looking at this big thing. And she says, if this gets approved, I want you to put a fence in for me. And I said, you know what, we're going to work with you to do whatever we can to make this reasonable. Obviously, we want this to be a success as much as anybody else wants it to be a success. If we need to plant trees along that property line, build a fence. I know on the other side of the alley, so if you look at the bottom left photo in this, imagine you're standing there looking at the building from that angle. Right behind that one, I forget who lived in that house, maybe Zoe. Her fence line, or that fence line, is not protected. No bushes, no trees. It's kind of open to our lots, more or less. We could look at options of, you know, doing landscaping to help give some privacy to those neighbors so they're not looking in there, and vice versa. One of the other concerns, and this wasn't necessarily communicated in a clear way, but I try to put myself in their shoes for a moment and say, okay, what other concerns might come up, or what are concerns are being communicated that are maybe not outright vocal. And the idea of affordable, I think there's some misconception around that, or some connotation around that is what I should say. And affordable sometimes can be perceived or understood synonymously with low income, right? And low income, what does that bring? It brings, you know, a whole myriad of problems or troubles or difficulties. But affordable, I think in today's age, affordables can be very different. And a quick example, we have a property in Rosedale Valley. It's a multi-unit property, fourplex. And that one of our tenants in there, she's 60 plus years old. She's single. She's on AISH. She doesn't have a job. She's getting, you know, her funding from government resources. She cannot afford fair market rent for our unit. If I was to put someone in there paying fair market rent, she would be paying about $300 more per month. But we've chosen to keep it lower because she's such a great tenant. You know, you're not trashing the place. You're not causing unnecessary noise, damage. You're not a new tenant coming in every year. Like, so we see that value. That's affordable, and that is a huge need in our community, and really across Canada. So this idea of affordable and low income, like as a landlord, I have to be careful how I say this. I don't necessarily, I'm striving after low income residents, because that causes a whole nother set of problems for myself as a landlord. Difficulties, costs incurred with renovations, high turnover, all that kind of stuff, right? So we're really trying to bring more value to the downtown core. We're trying to bring more value to the community in whatever way we can. We have a property just over beside the fire hall that we're trying to bring some beautification to. And I think Nate was here last month and presented that to MPC. We're going to go up, add a couple more units in that one, because we want to make it more beautiful, add more units to the downtown core, close to the hospital. So this is a very similar situation. It's without repeating everything that's been said, we want to work with the community. We want to work with the city and the council. I could also touch on the snow removal. And not that I want to justify myself, but I'll just say this is the first winter I've owned a property with inside of city limits anywhere in North America. So I had no idea that I was responsible for snow, removing snow. I was completely caught off guard when I found that information out. I've always lived on acreage. I grew up on acreage in the US. I'm currently living on acreage in BC, and I've never owned a property inside of Sound city limits before this winter. And so I was caught off guard and put systems in place to make sure that that didn't happen again. And I apologize. And obviously I should have known the bylaws, and I didn't. I apologize to anybody that would have affected. I think that's all I have for now. Any other questions for me, or how does this work?
Not really question period in time during a public hearing, but we appreciate your input. And regardless of how this turns out, I want to commend you as a developer for taking it upon yourself to enter into discussions with neighboring properties. That's some might consider a wise thing to do, but it's still a kind one to do. So thank you for that.
I told Sharon I want your address so I can send you a Christmas card. Thank you so much.
Great. Is there any other individuals who wish to speak in favor of bylaw 400.57? Please come forward. Once again, just a reminder to state your name for the record, and please turn the microphone on.
Good evening, everybody, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Ed Larkham. My company is Highcliffe Properties. I have developed a number of accessible multifamily properties in Red Deer. I met Seth a couple of years ago, and I have no business interests with him. I have no vested interest in this project. But as I understood more about what he was proposing to do, and he shared with me that he was coming here tonight for the change in the zoning, I felt I can add some anecdotal information that you can do with as you choose. We encountered some similar pushback on some of our projects in Red Deer, and it generally revolved around parking, more people in the neighborhood, changes to property values, and concerns of that kind, which are entirely legitimate. Funnily enough, I have known Ms. McLaughlin for probably 10 years in her capacity at the City of Red Deer. She is very fastidious about her work in terms of interpreting the land use bylaw. And I have found her information and recommendations to be highly useful and very sound. The buildings we have developed are similar to this building in terms of the highest and best use for a particular lot. We have been through rezoning applications and other development applications for buildings of a similar size as this. They fit into residential communities, and that's the point, is that you can make smaller multifamily dwellings fit seamlessly into residential areas where there are single family homes. We've got numerous examples of this in Red Deer. And our relationship with all our neighbors has been very strong. Now, our population base for our clients has been large, well, almost completely assisted living, which means accessible properties. Now, Seth shared with me that the lower level of this particular building, he would like to make accessible. Now, our experience in that area is fairly extensive. The people who come and live in our accessible units generally don't drive. We have very, very few people in our accessible units that are able to drive for themselves. Therefore, the accessibility to medical facilities and the hospital and the downtown core public transportation becomes extremely important for that population of people that need that proximity. And they need a home that has been designed with their mobility challenges taken into account. And I think you have a developer here in Seth who is very sensitive to those requirements. I think that rather than just being a developer of another multifamily building, he should be regarded as a community builder. And with a corner lot, there are a lot of options for landscaping on two sides of the building and cooperation with the neighbors to make that building fit seamlessly into the district. So I have no vested interest in this building in any way at all. But with what Seth has shared with me, I can see this building will be an asset to the community, especially for those people who are dependent on the accessible nature of one level of the building. So I don't really have anything else to add to that other than say this type of building is an asset to the community. Thanks for the time.
Thank you. Do we have any others who wish to speak in favor of bylaw 400.57? One last opportunity to speak in favor of 400.57. This is your last opportunity to do so. Thank you. Likewise, there was one individual who did put their name forward to speak in opposition. So we will begin with that individual. And I believe that was Myra Winslow. So if you would care to step forward at this time, the floor is yours whenever you're prepared to proceed.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. I came here my name is Myra Winslow and I live on a neighboring property and did receive a letter about the rezoning. I came here this evening to speak about the possible rezoning and building of an apartment block on the property being discussed and how I am against it. But after a visit from the property owner last evening, I want to make some comments about Lacombe City planning. The present owner tells us when he made an offer to purchase the property, he had conditions on it that it could be rezoned R5. Someone at city planning told him it would not be a problem getting rezoned. So he purchased it only to have the city council turn it down last August. This is his problem. Then in June of this year, we receive another letter saying that he is again applying for rezoning to R5. He told my neighbor last evening he will continue to apply every 6 months until it is approved. I phoned Beth McLaughlin and had a lengthy conversation. She said to me what he is planning and what permits may allow if approved for R5 could be significantly different. The owner has not showed a plot plan or 4 elevations to the neighboring property owners, only random pictures in the letter and on his phone. So how is this different than last year's application? He said he supplied the city with some information, which we saw, but it is not a plot plan and elevations. Then the application should not be considered by council. The previous owner had the 2 lots changed to 4 lots and attempted to have 4 2.5-story skinny houses built. When he requested lot variances, it was turned down by the municipal planning committee. The present owner told us last night he could build 4 2 or 2.5-story duplex on the smaller lots without any approval. But when he showed the plans to the city planning, they didn't think the plans would be accepted and advised him to reapply for R5. Apparently, city planning is confident the rezoning will be approved this evening, as the owner stated they waived his application fee. I think before council votes on this rezoning bylaw 457, some investigation should be done by the city manager. If indeed the applicant was told by city planning that he should reply and they were sure it would be approved and why the application fee was waived. If the city planning did say and do this, they have overstepped their authority in this manner. There are many pieces of communication occurring with different stakeholders that is not aligning. I personally want to know what is going on as it directly affects myself and my neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mara. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition of 400.57? Please come forward. First up, first served.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, I'm Al Winslow. I'm a neighbor. This is short and brief, and I'll address it to Seth. Sometimes, Seth, even the smartest investor will make a bad, wrong investment decision. The decision to assume or to be misled or misunderstood on R5 zoning that would not be a problem was an error of your investment plan. I would only expect that going forward, you would ensure that given your business acumen, that you would not assume anything similar happens again. Your decision was wrong, and now we are suffering the consequences. Thank you.
Thank you. To be clear, discussions in this room do go through the chair. However, I expect the individual who intended that for certainly heard it. Is there anyone else who would choose to speak in opposition of this development?
My name is Zoe Skeen. I live at 5246 48th Street. And I'm speaking about our neighborhood where there's a lot of pride in ownership. People drive by and ask if houses are for sale because they want to be in this neighborhood. This is a neighborhood of single family homes. There's a couple of duplexes there's two duplexes on the corner. They're all 1-story houses. There's just a handful that are 1.5 story on one side. And they're really big lots. And I'm asking the city council to not approve the rezoning of the lots in question tonight. The multifamily dwelling that we saw does not fit to the landscape. Seth Dixon called us his neighbors when he came knocking on our door yesterday, but he doesn't live in our community. He states that he's invested in our community, but he lives in BC. When we asked to see a picture of what he's proposing, he showed the same one we saw tonight, which if you know the neighborhood, you know it does not fit. One of the things that I noticed tonight, the builder spoke of high-end building while Seth spoke of affordable housing. So those two things I'm very confused on, how one end is high-end and the other is affordable. I'm a new homeowner in the area. I moved in October, and I'm worried about my prices going down because of this development. As already stated, there's lots of concern about the traffic on a busy street leading to all the schools in town, the park right across the street, the rec center. I'm concerned about privacy in my own backyard. Seth Dixon knew of the zoning when he purchased the property. He knew they were residential, semi-detached lots. So I'm just asking you to please keep the zoning as it is so we can continue to have pride in our community and our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition, please step forward.
Well, I'm Sharon Bergen, and I live right beside this. And as the gentleman said, I told him he's not changing my mind. I still am opposing it. And I ask every one of you, would you like this right beside you after you've lived there 53 years and built that property, raised your children there, taught school, probably taught some of your kids or you. We're the elderly end of it, but we'd still like to live there a little longer. Thank you.
53 is not too bad. I thought it was a couple more than that, to be honest with you.
No, not the house. Up in here longer.
Anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition of bylaw 400.57, please step forward. Looks like we fully accommodated those who wish to speak in opposition, so I'll ask one final time for anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition of 400.57. Very good. Finally, we're left with any person deemed to be affected who wishes to be heard. Now is your opportunity to speak. Second call. Third and final call for any person deemed to be affected who wishes to be heard with respect to bylaw 400.57. And seeing none, I'm going to declare that the public hearing for bylaw 400.57 to now be closed at 7:05 p.m. Yeah. We did have some okay. In the past, when we have public hearings, sometimes we move into RFD. In this particular case, according to our agenda, we have our presentation for the public needs assessment, however, which quite honestly I missed. However, that is the way that it appears. So I would call upon a senior consultant with BASA Social Innovations, Avery Atchison, and Franklin Guadada, the research consultant with BASA. Gentlemen, please make your way up to the front. Beth, if I could, or he's got a chair now. Thank you. Very good. You've each got a seat. You can introduce yourselves there once you get the microphone turned on, and you have an opportunity to organize your materials. And whenever you are ready to do so, the floor will be yours.
Excellent. Thank you, Mayor Creasy and members of council. We are honored to be here tonight to present phase 1 of the social needs assessment and prioritization report. First of all, Scott Cameron sends his regards. He's unable to be here tonight. He recently had his wedding, and so he's on his honeymoon. So he does send his regards and says hello and to everyone on council and everyone here. So. And secondly, we also just want to acknowledge all of the residents who participated in phase 1. Over 400 different people got to participate in phase 1. And so just want to celebrate the community and share significant appreciation for their efforts and contributing to where we're at with phase 1. So with that, we will begin with just a brief overview of where we're at and what phase 2 might look like. Okay, so when we started the project, we understood the assignment to be updating what was done in 2021-2020, the social needs assessment, and updating that with current census information and going back to the community as well to reaffirm and reconfirm social priorities and narrow those down to a more narrow scope, 3 to 4 priorities. So phase 1 included an update of data from the 2021 needs assessment, including 2021 census data, and generating that manageable number of priorities. And then phase 2, pending council approval of phase 1, would advance to actions and strategy development with community involvement and participation. The journey is truly the process with projects like this, is that as we go through the process, the community emerges the true state of being, and we get to gather some really important feedback. So when we look at how the process has gone through for phase one, we began with a council workshop, moved into some key informant interviews with key stakeholders from the community, moved into some focus groups with larger groups of stakeholders. At the same time, Franklin was doing our research and analysis on census data and all other community data. And then we went to a prioritization workshop, which involved many members of the community helping to prioritize through these list of social priorities, and then moved into a validation reporting phase. And that brings us to where we are today. One of the most interesting things and important things with work around social needs and priorities work, as well as within community development, is how priorities can shift and how themes shift, yet remain similar. They enrichen, they become far more contextually deep. When we started with council workshop, we had 4 big priorities that emerged around affordable housing, addictions and mental health, domestic and relationship violence, and social needs awareness and communications as ideas of what might emerge. When we came through key informants, those shifting themes became community support and collaboration. There might be some challenges in the community with acceptance, mental health and social infrastructure emerged again, youth programs and spaces. And as we move through focus groups and into prioritization, we really landed on what we feel are some very rich collection of both community assets and as well as community needs. And those 4 priorities are community action on mental health, community support for families, healthy homes and neighborhoods, and getting around and community access. And I'll provide a quick overview of each of these. The first one is around community action on mental health and addictions. What we found was that mental health and addictions surfaced as a growing concern for individuals and families at all levels of our engagement. And while mental health and addictions largely fall to provincial mandates, there's 2 important areas for community involvement: reducing stigma and improving connection. Those are the protective factors that a community has a huge influence over. Within that, we looked at, we brought the community through what's called a, I was going to call it a defining moments exercise, but it's not that. It's really looking at current state and future state and looking at what might be possible for the community. So they identified 3 kind of areas that, individuals who might be suffering from mental health or physical health issues, it's currently preventing their personal well-being. And the future state of that is people access opportunities to improve their personal well-being. And people struggle to reach out because of stigma associated with asking for help. And the future state of that is that people feel safe asking for help and accessing supports and services. And the third area was increases in mental health challenges and the need for supports and services. And the future state of that is easy and affordable access to mental health supports that are free from stigma. As this moves into phase 2, our area for deeper exploration and identification with the community once again relates to that, while advocacy and intervention and treatment for mental health and addictions largely falls to provincial mandates, the community response really can focus on creating personal and community protective factors that help to build confidence, address stigma, and create healthy connections and relationships. Big elements that a community has the ability to affect to improve the lives of residents. Our second key area is around community supports for families. What we were hearing from the community is that schools and organizations who are on the front line working with children and families are seeing reported instances of families feeling stretched, whether it's affordability, whether it's other pressures that are facing families. And we pulled out local programming data that provides a lot of rich context that's available in the report. When we kind of brought that to the community from that prioritization workshop and getting them to think about what's the current and what might be the future for the community, what came out was currently some people might experience a lack of connections. The ideal future to that is that there's self-awareness and the motivation to reach out and make connections. When we thought about current state is that there might be people who are experiencing those financial hardships and uncertain futures. The future for that is people have financial literacy and experience a reasonable cost of living. And lastly, there's limited relationship connections within the community was felt by some members. And the future state would be that individuals have a healthy relationship infrastructure characterized by trust and support. When we look at how this can move through phase 2, we look at that schools tend to be on the front lines of working with children, youth, and their families. Their primary mandate is education. Pardon me. We thought, how might the community better collaborate with and support schools to strengthen local families? How might we tap into the wisdom of Lacomb's seniors population to help nurture healthy and vibrant families? And to ensure that continued growth, how might we help attract new families to the community and then support them to stay? These are those questions that can help really drive that phase 2 forward to identify strategies and actions that can help support the long-term success. The third priority area is getting around and community access. This priority surfaced in 2 ways that we found were very complementary. One was in terms of mobility, getting around the community, and the second was being able to receive supports and services needed to maintain or improve social well-being. So it's both access, getting around the community, and also access to services. The current state of these that the community unearthed, they felt that not everyone may have the mental or physical capacity to navigate services, and programs and services have limited capacity. So looking at that duality. And then the future state of that is that programs and services have the capacity to reach out to and serve and support those who don't have the capacity to navigate those services. So looking at, how might we have a positive impact on that? The second piece is that there may be people who experience a lack of community transportation at an affordable cost. And the future state, Lacombe has affordable public transportation for all, right? The ideal future state. The current around the last piece is that there may be people who are not aware of services and supports that are available. And the ideal future state of that is that people know where to go to find the supports and services they need. Once again, looking at what will be driving phase 2 in those deeper questions is that when we look at transportation mobility, there's municipal responsibilities, yet public transit is an expensive option. And so what other options might exist in Lacombe, such as the community has the population base necessary to adopt a full transit program? So we're looking at, what might be potential solutions that really can support the community? And lastly, how might the community members and social agencies collaborate to strengthen service delivery and enhance access to programs and supports that improve social well-being? So looking at that access piece, and how might community organizations play that vital, important role in designing a system that outreaches as well as has as many open doors as possible. The last big priority area is really around healthy homes and neighborhoods. We heard repeatedly from the community that stable housing contributes to economic security, which allows residents to focus on job opportunities and career growth, which leads to sufficient household income. One of the big things that we wanted to highlight through this report is that although housing remains a concern and a challenge, throughout the social needs assessment and priorities, we wanted to look at the social aspect of housing, not just building more houses, as you already have a housing needs assessment in place and multiple other plans and in that region. We wanted to look at, what might be the social aspect of housing, the social benefit and the social access and the social outcomes of housing, and how to influence those. And that kind of leads us to that idea that social networks and community cohesion enable residents to build relationships with their neighbors, participate in local activities, and build patterns of engagement that support the overall accomplishment of some of these other priorities and moving them forward. We looked at the current state. What we heard was that many find it difficult to create and sustain supportive community connections, even within a household, right? Bringing in that household as itself, which makes housing inhospitable, right? The idea that, how we get along with our neighbors, how we get along with ourselves in the house influences how successful we are living in that house or having tenancy. And the future state there, health and supportive relationships and community exist within residents and within communities. The current state for the second piece is that there's individuals who want to be in community, but experience barriers, whether that's isolation, domestic violence, addictions, or any other barriers, and they might feel that they're unable to secure long-term affordable housing. The future state there is that people with stability and resources are supporting those feeling more vulnerable. And these were future state identified by the community. Once again, as we move into phase 2, the questions leading the way in this area is that housing demand, supply, and affordability are clearly on the minds of people in Lacombe. And we want to think, what might the municipality do to help advance development of affordable housing in the community, thinking of that lens? And how might the community help address the stigma and fear related for rental or multifamily housing options, as well as what might be done to help people create stability in other ways so they feel connected to their community? Those are the 4 big priorities that emerged through this work, with a lot of local context included in the report. Next steps, phase 2 is ready to begin as soon as possible. And the plan involves a broad-based community survey that is a way to validate what's being heard. putting these priorities out to the community and asking, does this resonate for you? Does this connect with your experience? And what ideas might you help us generate? We've also identified a community conference in September, followed the next day with the Active Living Fair, moving into a validation and reporting phase, and then getting to actions and strategies in front of council in October and the FCSS board at the end of September. And that is where we're at with phase one of the social needs and priorities. Once again, we want to share a significant thank you to the community of Lacombe, who came out strong, providing amazing feedback throughout this whole process. As well as just also recognize the amazing community assets we heard. The community came and really, you can see the community assets of volunteerism, engagement, involvement, belonging. There's some amazing community assets here that work like this can only help enhance and we like to call it amplify as well, amplify the effects of those community assets that exist. So thank you very much. And we are available to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for your work in that presentation. We appreciate it. We have a few questions for you, Councilor Hoops.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. Thank you for this very much. You said you had about 400 participants in this process. Is there kind of a typical number? Like, can we pat ourselves on the back and say, hey, we got twice as many as everybody else? I don't know.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. That number does not include any broad-based survey. Most communities doing this work, the survey will bring back 100, 150. I don't want to say most, but communities of similar size, surveys will bring back maybe 175, 200 responses. You're at over 400 community members without a survey. Absolutely, the community did incredible work.
Excellent. May I follow up, please?
Certainly.
Thank you. I also just wanted to commend you for your detailed report that we also have in our package, and just being reminded of the stats in our community, and in particular, talking about housing and whatnot in relation to what we're dealing with tonight with this bylaw as well. So I actually don't have a question, but I just want to commend that detailed report because I did read it.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Gullickson.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. Councillor Hoekstra mentioned affordable housing. We're on the committee together, so it's important to us. And it would be nice, possibly at some point, to have them come and speak to us and give us a little bit more insight on what the community feelings are at our meeting. And I think Director Lapointe would be able to arrange that. I had a comment regarding the schools, and would there be some direction on how to make all that work? Or would that be up to us to decide how we deal with the school division and to get that cooperation between the city and the school division?
So that kind of, I think, goes to that we like to say the path is made by walking through this process. And phase two involves a lot of that significant engagement now around actions and strategies. And I think that will allow a lot of opportunity with school board partners and the school district, as well as municipal administration and other community stakeholders to come around and do that planning work. And I think that'll also be a good opportunity for them to identify those potential roles and those potential opportunities for that deeper engagement moving forward. So by bringing stakeholders to the table around the strategic planning phase and around this action planning phase, I think we have a strong opportunity to make some good recommendations in that path and also begin that relationship building through the process.
Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. My compliments to a very detailed information and presentation on FCSS, and I was pretty aggressive to what you had for a task moving forward because I'm very passionate about it, and I think it's incredibly far better. I look at our own community. We have a lot of citizens that are being involved in FCSS, and all my life in the community. There's a tremendous amount of very generous, outgoing, compassionate people that have a lot of heart and pride in this town that are there for people in need. Like it's overwhelming, the donations, the generosity, and the compassion for others. And I see it in you got to be there for youth. And I think that is, to have that base and create that support level, because some people just don't have that. And I think a community can make that difference. But as far as mental health, yes, it can be there. But it is extremely complex. And I think as a municipality and community, I think we need to advocate to our provincial to have the resources, because there's certain ways that our municipality as a, our hands are tied, but it's something that, I think, like I say, thank you very, very much. That's great detail. I sincerely look forward. I would like to make the recommendation and the motion that council approves phase 1 of the social needs assessment and prioritization report. Oh, I'm sorry. It's 2 motions or 1? I am sorry. My apologies. Yeah, sorry.
So for the record, then you would care to withdraw that at this time? We'll give you an opportunity.
Yes, I'm sorry. I thought we were
Not a
already
problem.
done the presentation.
Just a presentation, just discussion.
Very good. So not to do with the presentation, however, your fearless leader is not here with you. And on behalf of council, please give our best to Scott Cameron and his spouse and on their obviously recent marriage. Yeah. Very good. Thank you. Very good. Any other questions or comments? One thing that struck me was your outlining of the fact that many people do not fully appreciate or know of a lot of the services available in the community. And that communication thing, it shouldn't surprise me, but it often does in an age where we have so many different ways to communicate. Sometimes it's maybe less effective than ever, and it's an ongoing effort that it's unfortunate to see when those services are here and people are not accessing them. Makes for hopefully some room for improvement in us and some low-hanging fruit that won't cost a fortune to implement. In that regard, anyway. I'm not seeing any other input at this time. Councillor Ross, did you have an item for us?
Sure. My apologies for rushing ahead. I assumed when the slides said end the slides, we were done presentation. But anyways, I guess to maybe more elaborate too also on your comment is I can't stress enough for people to ask for help. Like I've even went on social media, ask, call FCSS, call these agencies, right? So, but anyways, I would like to make the motion that council approves phase 1 of the social needs assessment and prioritization report. It's 2 separate motions.
Thank you. Anything additional from anyone? Please go ahead and vote. That motion is approved unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Councillor Hoekstra.
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. I guess I was interested in hearing a bit of the information about what phase 2 is, and we have not received that. So could we delay the next motion until we actually go through the request for decision?
We can nearly do anything that we wish to.
Okay,
Was this an expectation that you would like to come from administration or from Bassa Consultants or?
Well, it's part of the agenda that Director Lapointe would be giving us information about the background. I'm assuming that's point, it's part of our agenda. Sorry, Mayor. It's 6.6 of the
Correct.
agenda. So we've jumped ahead and we actually haven't heard the information from Director Lapointe.
Very good. Director Lapointe, are you prepared to go through that right now?
I certainly could, although I will indicate that it was basically a summary of the presentation that was received here. And so no more detail than Avery has provided at this point. So,
which is fine. Perhaps if you could focus on some of the phase 2 items would be, or highlight those at least, would be certainly be appreciated. Not that I want to alter your entire presentation, but that is certainly a concern of some councillors. CEO Gowdy.
In Avery's report presentation, there was a slide that went through the phase 2 planned activities. Are we able to pull that up? Matt? Yes, if you could just that one that says next steps down at the bottom, all the way to the bottom. There you go. Yeah. Thank you.
Very good. Director Lapointe, if you could just go through some of that for clarification, I would appreciate it.
yes, once again, we have not conducted a survey yet at this point. So this would be the first opportunity to reach out to the community. The conference again would be bringing together key informants again and discussing it a little at this point a little bit more in detail. An in-person opportunity at the Active Living Fair. I believe you were actually incorporating something at the Music in the Park as well over the summer months as well. So that would be some more in person as well. And then pulling all that information together and rolling that up into the detailed tactics or next steps.
And that would basically encompass phase 2 then. Is that the kind of clarity you're after, Councillor Hoekstra?
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. I did want to just ask more about this community conference. So that was new information when I was reading this, and maybe I should have asked after the presentation, but whatever the order here, I was just curious, like, is that invitation only? Is that going to be like anybody can come?
As of right now, it's going to be open invitation for any community members. We've done community conferences in other communities before, and I've had 100 residents interested in that subject matter or more come out and join for a full day. And so it's the opportunity there'll be invites going out to stakeholders who have previously participated. So community organizations, leaders in the community, as well as open invitation for community to participate. Welcome.
Any other items, Councillor Hoekstra?
I will make that next motion then. I move that council directs administration to proceed with phase 2 of the social needs assessment and prioritization report.
Thank you. Any additional comments or questions? Seeing none, you can go ahead and vote, please. Obviously, this is the motion that our presenters were looking for, because as soon as it came up on the board, they were already standing up ready to hit the door. And that was, in case you're interested, that was unanimously in favor to proceed. Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, so after accommodating those presenters, I think we can move into RFDs. Item 6.1, the Community Builder Partnership for the Pan-Continental Curling Championships. Manager Mitchell, thank you for joining us this evening. Whenever you're prepared, the floor will be yours.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. Good evening, Council. This evening, Council is asked to consider the Lacombe Pan-Continental Curling Championship organizing committees or the organizing committees, Community Builder Partnership under Events Grant Application. As you may recall, the fund's guidelines require council approval for any requests of or exceeding $10,000. Following council's initial approval of the in-kind donation of the Echo Energy Arena 1 from October 24th to November 5th and Centennial Hall for October 31st, the committee, in coordination with the World Curling Federation, has identified the need for more resources for the events. They submitted an application through the Community Builder Partnership Fund for $20,000 cash and an additional in-kind donation of Echo Energy Arena 1 from the evening of October 20th to the 23rd, as well as the use of the 2 community rooms upstairs in the Sportsplex during the event. After reviewing the application during their June 11th meeting, the Lacombe and District Recreation Parks and Culture Board made the recommendation that council approve a grant of $10,000 from the Community Builder Partnership Fund and approve the requested in-kind donation valued at just over $7,000. I'm open to any comments or questions you may have.
A lot of lights going on, but I guess I mean, these are valued community assets, and I'm just curious what changed. This is getting, for a larger event, this is getting closer to the end day, and I'm just, why all of a sudden the need for additional time now?
For sure. Thank you for the question, Mayor Creasy. The organizing committee did change staffing slightly, and there were more details given by the World Curling Federation. So when the World Curling Federation came to do the site visit, they were able to identify a few more resources that come together once the initial bid was received and accepted. And so the additional time for the Echo Arena 1 was because they need the World Curling Federation ice maker to come in and create the ice on top of the existing ice in Arena 1. So that was 3 days. The planning committee didn't want to interrupt any tournaments that would happen over that weekend. So they agreed that the ice maker would come in following the end of the tournament on Sunday night. And then we would work through to get those 3 additional days to build the ice and have it prepared for practice. And that wasn't initially recognized in the initial application.
And the tournament that you're referring to, I'm assuming, was likely a hockey tournament.
Yes, it would be hockey.
That answers my next question then, so thank you for that. Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I'd just like to recommend a motion that council authorizes allocating a $10,000 grant from the Community Builder Partnership Fund and that in-kind donation request to support the Pan-Continental Curling Championship organizing committees hosting of the Pan-Continental Curling Championship in Lacombe.
Thanks, Councillor Ross. Councillor Gullickson.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I'd just like to make some comments regarding this. I mean, the reasons for this event, obviously the chair has changed. It's a different committee from the original one. And I have to give them a lot of credit for getting this off the ground and keeping it there. And recently it was just announced that this is going to be, I believe, the largest World Curling Federation event ever held. So it's going to have, I believe, 39 teams or 37 teams, 41 now, 41 teams. So, and it's still growing, obviously. So it's outstanding for us as a community to be able to host this, and our facility is going to be terrific for the event. I did the walkthrough with them, and the people from the World Curling Federation were very impressed. And it's something we should all be looking forward to. The amount of spin-off to our restaurants, hotels, everyone in the community will be huge. At least 400 participants, and their support group will be here. It's going to be outstanding. I look forward to it very much, and I wish them well in their endeavors.
Thank you, Councillor Dallas.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I think Councillor Gullickson said it all excellent there. The amount of benefits to our community from this will be immense, and I think if we can support this in this kind of way, I think that is a benefit for everybody, and it'll be not just for the short term, but it will have longer term impact as well. So Thank you to the work from the organization and also from the people with the Community Builder Grants or Partnership Fund. Thank you.
So yes, I guess I temper my enthusiasm for the event and balancing with the needs of the community. And we do have other user groups that rely on that facility too. So I'm glad they make accommodation to make sure that things are interrupted as the least amount possible. So thank you for taking care of that, Manager Mitchell, as well. And we look forward to a successful event. From the comments I'm hearing that I expect the whole community is embracing a large international event. Councillor Gullickson.
Sorry, Mayor Creasy, can I make another comment, please?
Certainly.
I think one of the things we have to remember here is being that this is a worldwide event, literally from Saudi Arabia to Japan, right across the world. And who knew Saudi Arabia had a curling team? Anyway, when we did the walkthrough, and I was lucky enough to do that and try and keep my mouth shut as I went, but they told us there would be 18 television cameras in their arena, and it will be broadcast to 7 million people every draw. And with 350 million mentions, which is crazy amount, which is China, Japan, and all over the world. So this is probably the largest event that Lacombe has hosted as far as world recognition, and it's very exciting. Sorry for that.
It's all good. We'll obviously have to inform Blam everybody they better boost production.
Yeah. I believe there will be a sponsor.
Any other comments or just so we're on board with the exact wording of the motion, Coordinator Bellabono, if you could read it back to everybody, please.
Hey, Mayor Creasy, the motion from Councillor Ross on the floor is that council authorizes allocating a $10,000 grant from the Community Builder Partnership Fund and the in-kind donation request to support the Pan-Continental Curling Championship organizing committee's hosting of the Pan-Continental Curling Championship in Lacombe.
Thank you. Last opportunity, everybody. Seeing none, please go ahead and vote. A sigh of relief, Manager Mitchell, that is unanimously in favor. Thank you. Next up, and some excited curling fans too. That's good to see. And fans too, I hope. Director Lapointe, item 6.2 is a pedestrian plaza phase 1 design. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Mayor Creasy and Council. Tonight, administration is presenting the updated 49C pedestrian plaza design for Council's consideration. If you recall, it was decided to phase this project over a period of 2 years, with phase 1 focused on providing elements that do not negatively impact parking or advance the physical street closure at this point. Administration worked with our contractor to take the vision of the DARP committee and make it into a workable design. The updated design includes the following features. Coordinator Bellabono, can you bring up the aerial for them at this point of the design? So it would be one-way traffic flow south from Main Street, a prominent bulb out to the east, and a smaller one to the west. This will promote pedestrian friendliness and improve safety at the 50th and 50th intersection. It will also serve to encourage outdoor programming opportunities. These bulb outs will provide a shorter crosswalk from the BMO corner to the Flatiron building as well. There will be widened sidewalks on both sides of the street, and these will have lower drop curbs to advance the pedestrian orientation of the plaza further. Power and outlets installed to support accent lighting as well as prospective events. And there'll be a new parking lot access from 49B Avenue. 15 new stalls, parking stalls, 10 along 49C Avenue and 5 next to the new 49B access. And at this point, the contractor has recommended the removal of trees with the exception of the elm to the street's south. The project scope is under budget at the moment, which may allow for modest additional changes or alterations. And as expected, the current design generated plenty of discussion at the last DARP meeting, particularly around the topics of parking and trees. Committee was not very enthusiastic about removing trees, although they understood the practicality of the recommendation from our contractor. They were also pleasantly surprised by the significant parking increase offered by the design. However, some members feared it would be unlikely to eliminate these stalls later in favor of the street closure. The discussion ultimately led to the support of the design with the following recommendations. One was to limit the removal of trees to those along the west side of the street, where the majority are in fair to poor condition. The inclusion of a mid-street patio pedestrian space to support the advancement of the plaza vision. And then poles should be installed to support accent lighting, with the idea being string lights can run parallel to the street when it is open, and then ultimately, if it were closed, you could run those lights across the street. Administration does recommend support of the design, including the DARP committee's recommended scope modifications. And with that, I'm open to any questions you may have.
Thanks, Director Lapointe. First up, I believe, was Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. And forgive me, but if I'm looking at 50th Ave correctly, you still have a bulb out taking away the right-hand lane? Sorry if I'm
That is correct.
misunderstanding. So would that not hinder the movement of traffic on the high density of 50th Ave?
I do not. Actually, Manager Mitchell is in the gallery and is happy to answer that question.
Good evening, Mayor Creasy, members of council, Councillor Ross through the mayor. We did actually engage our engineering consultant to do a traffic study, and they reviewed what the impacts of closing that lane down for the portion through the bulb out would be, and they were essentially minimal in most scenarios. We went back to them. I was slightly surprised. We went back to them and asked them to run it again through a train scenario. And there is one intersection that changes from a level of service A to a level of service B, level of service A being very good, level of service being good. And so we expect that the traffic implications will actually be a lot more minor than we had originally anticipated.
Councillor Hoekstra.
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. So I had a citizen concerned about parking, and I was saying that this first phase increases the number of parking stalls, if I understand correctly. But citizens do have to be prepared, or businesses have to be prepared that it will decrease. Is that correct?
Ultimately, we are aiming for a net zero or looking to add spots as a result of this redesign. And so if we were to close the street at the moment, we'd be looking at, I believe, 12 spots that we'd be losing. Right now, we're at a net positive of 15, so we'd be up 3.
Okay. May I follow up?
Certainly.
Thank you. So the parking lot will still exist beside the bank. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you said something about access to it is coming from 49B. How's that going to work?
Not to that parking lot specifically. We'd be talking about the service road parking lot that you access from 49C at this point. And so that is the other one that you're seeing presented in the memo at this point. And so access from south of Lido's, where the sign is currently in front of their building, is where that access would be.
Councillor Connick.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I have the pleasure of sitting on this committee. I unfortunately missed the last meeting. That was on me. I forgot to put it into my calendar. But I hear from Director Lapointe that it was a lively and very good discussion about this plan. Just a couple of comments I wanted to make. First off, I like everything about this phase. I was pleasantly surprised and taken aback by the increase of 15 stalls. I mean, that's whenever I used to own a business downtown, and any business owner will tell you that increased parking in downtown is a good thing. So I think that's tremendous. I think maybe administration and Stantec did too good a job in that respect, but they've come in with an increase of 15, and I think that's tremendous. A couple of issues I had with the removal of trees, however, I struggle with that a great deal. I understand that those trees are maybe not in the best of shape anymore. I mean, I purposely went down there to look again at those trees. They are large trees. Yes, you can see limbs that are not in the best of shape there anymore on some of those trees. But as anyone in this council will tell you, trees and trails and green spaces are a big deal in this community. Our logo has a tree in it, for goodness sakes. So I did have the pleasure of representing the city that evening prior to at the Lacombe District Garden Club 75th anniversary. And that club has a long and proud history in this community since 1948, and they will tell you very quickly that they have planted hundreds, if not thousands of trees in this community. And in fact, they planted another one at the LMC that evening to commemorate the 75 years. So I guess I like everything about this. I understand why the trees are being removed to increase accessibility on those sidewalks. But I also realize I don't think you'll ever have 100% accessibility on all sidewalks in this community. And I would rather forego the accessibility here in favor of keeping those trees. The report talks about how those trees, some of those trees are at end of life. I think if you ask those trees, they would probably tell you different, but of course they can't tell you that. I understand end of life when it comes to equipment. It's easy to see a grader hour up. It's easy to see the maintenance bills hour up on a piece of equipment, and you can kind of say, yeah, that's at end of life. But so I like everything about this except the removal of those trees. Personally, I'd love to see the trees remain. I like the increase in parking. I will concede that this is phase one. Phase two does talk about closing this street. And I will concede, and this is just me talking, Councillor Hoekstra brought up the point, well, what happens with phase two when you're going to remove parking? And I will concede that it's hard to increase by 15 and then next year take out 12. So I'm not so sure if the second phase is something that maybe we proceed with. I don't know. I support the idea of the plaza, but it's really hard to argue against increasing by 15 spots and the year after taking 12 out. At any rate, that's not what we're here to discuss tonight. This is phase one. Again, I like everything about this. I like how it increases safety on 50th Ave. Yes, we're reducing that second lane for a short portion to increase the safety of that crossing. It then goes back to 2 lanes. Yeah, I'm sure there will be the odd time again, train that line up will be longer than anyone would like, but in the interest of improving safety, pedestrian traffic, increased parking that will bring more pedestrians down there, I think it's a terrific idea. So those are just my thoughts. I like everything about it, but I think the trees need to stay. Thank you.
Thank you. For me, the trees were not the primary concern. We can certainly plant some new trees. No, they will not be mature, but they will in time. I just, in as much as I respect the engineering work that went into the bulb design and whatnot, I just can't help but think taking away that laneway on a main thoroughfare, a numbered highway through the middle of our city is a good choice. And in an effort to be positive, I will say I dislike this plan less than I have previous ones. And I'm sorry, but that's as positive as I can be. I guess I I've failed to grasp what it is that we are going to accomplish in this area that is different than what we can accomplish at perhaps one of the most beautiful parks in Alberta that I'm aware of, at the LMC. I dearly hope that we can and come up with lots of wonderful things that are going to happen here. But I really do struggle with that. And as far as the future of shutting off this street, that is wholly unacceptable to me, and certainly to a number of business people that I was contacted by over the last week, or since Thursday when this came out, that were less than impressed, I guess is the best way I can put it with that. So yeah, an increase in parking sounds wonderful off the get-go. Exactly what it is we're going to accomplish with all these wonderful events and festivals that are going to come here because of this space, I have not yet heard that, and I really struggle to see what that's going to be when a couple blocks away we've got a very beautiful area that is certainly not at capacity or overutilized. There's room for more there, but that's just my thoughts, and that's why we have differing opinions on council and within our community. Councillor Dallas.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. In regards to the bulb out, I'm not super concerned about professional drivers or just the general public. I think if there is no real traffic wait times in our community, and if we have to wait an extra 15 seconds or 30 seconds, I think our lifestyles can handle that. When it comes to the trees, I don't feel one way or the other on these. I think it is easier now to remove and plan for the future versus building something and then having to make plans or redo work that has already been done. So in that sense, I do appreciate the proactive stance or proactive methodology in front of us for that. I like this. I think sure we will definitely get to reevaluate this, but if we can add more beautiful spaces to our city, why not? That's I think we can add more, and it doesn't mean other things get to go without. So thank you.
Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I still feel strongly against the bubble. I've drove a truck most of my life, and I'm going to maybe come from the agricultural side, even though I'm voted by the citizens of the city of Lacombe. I also get reflected upon my past rural life and current still rural engagement, and have drove truck past here. And when the train does get stopped, it does really significantly stop traffic. And with this bubble, it's going to continue further west to further intersections that perhaps even at Circle K intersection to the back. I think it's unnecessary. Absolutely, we've been approached to address pedestrian safety, and that's been quite some time, and high importance should be addressed. But I will not support this based on this bubble. It's always been focused 49B. I think going up into 50th Ave is unnecessary, and I think we need to have more feedback, more consultation, and I don't support that it will not accept traffic flow. It does not make sense to me. So thank you.
Councillor Gullickson.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I don't believe we'll have a traffic issue. I mean, will it affect some traffic? Yes, there's no doubt. But we, as Councillor Dallas stated, we really don't have a traffic problem. As far as the design, I like it. I hate to see the trees go away too. I'd like to see them stay if possible. And as far as the closure later on, I think the design allows us to close the street really easy for events. It's just the way it is now. And I'm a fan of doing that on an interim basis. And I'd like to see us do it more often within our community for a number of different events, including our farmers market. I'd like to see that downtown on, if not a regular basis, at least a trial basis. So I like the design. I think it would be very helpful in the future.
Councillor Hibbs.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I would definitely speak in favor of phase one, and in particular, actually the bulb out. It is actually this specific feature that I'm the most excited about for this whole program. I think that this is going to make a significant investment in the safety of our downtown, and I would speak highly in favor of that. If there are issues with traffic congestion, we also have other alternatives. For example, heavy traffic could be redirected. We could choose to do that. We have not done that, but we could. That would make downtown a lot more livable for everybody that's utilizing it, and it would just make it safer. So to not put a bulb out to accommodate trucks, but put pedestrian risk at increase pedestrian risk just doesn't seem like that's a fair trade-off. These are both identified as high risk crosswalks. I do thoroughly believe that as somebody who walks these often. I live downtown. I know of many people that have had near misses. I've had near misses. When people think that you just put flashing lights on and that just creates this safe corridor for you to cross the street, that doesn't exist. I've had many near misses where I've flashed the lights, I start proceeding, they literally drive by me like I was invisible, and I'm an adult woman who is watching very carefully. So I think this is a great design, 100% support it. I definitely am here. If anybody has any issues like with traffic, they want to talk to me about it, I will talk to them for sure. But we definitely need to proceed with phase one.
Councillor Dallas.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. This is, I guess, just more a comment of if we're going to continue to pay people to investigate and provide actual data, and we just want to use anecdotes, then I think we need to have a conversation about that for our future budgeting. Thank you.
Councillor Connick.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. Just further to Councillor Hibbs's comments as well. Truckers don't have to come through 12. If you're coming from the south and you need to go to the East Country, you can go off on 597, come up 2A and go that way. Same if you're coming from the north, you can come down 2A and take 34th Ave, or street rather, or Ave. Anyways, truckers are a smart group of people. I too drove truck for many years. If they find that this is not quick route that you'd hope it to be, there are alternatives. And these designs are meant to increase safety for our citizens, first and foremost, not to consider what truckers' needs are and so forth. So again, I support phase 100%. As for the trees, however that goes, so be it. But I've made my points on that.
I guess the one final point that I neglected to make was for maintenance, especially in winter, it's going to make for some adjustments for our work crews. However, I'm sure that they can make those adjustments, but it will be troublesome on a main thoroughfare like this. And I don't believe that we have a motion before us. Councillor Connick.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I would so move then that council endorses the 49C pedestrian plaza design, including the downtown area redevelopment committee's recommended scope modifications. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything additional? Please go ahead and vote. Oh, one moment. Hang on. I'm sorry. I was just looking at councillors.
I just wanted to clarify based on that motion and Councillor Connick's comments, that is half of the trees being removed at this point, if that is what your desire is.
No, he said he doesn't mind if they're all go out. He just prefer they weren't.
It is not my desire, but that is the DARP committee's suggestion, and I get an overall sense from this council that is doable as well.
Now you can go ahead and vote. And that item is passed by a margin of 5-2. I expect it was Councillor, I didn't see you, Councillor Ross and myself were no. So noted. There they are. Very good. Thank you. And
Point of privilege. Mayor Creasy, please. Just we've been at this for a while, and while I hate to delay, could we possibly just have a short recess to use the walk room, et
Of course,
cetera?
we could. It is now 8:03. We will reconvene after a 7-minute recess at 8:10. Thanks, everyone. In our request for decision, we are now at item 6.3, which was related to our public hearing this evening regarding bylaw 400.58 for Metcalf Ridge redesignation from R1 to R4. Here for second and perhaps third reading. Manager Hackett, I understand that you're going to be handling this item for us this evening, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy, members of council. Based on the information presented during the public hearing, administration is recommending support of second reading for the land use bylaw amendment 400.58 at Metcalf Ridge tonight, as well as a recommendation to, if unanimous, proceed to third reading. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I'll make the motion that council gives second reading to bylaw 400.58 as presented.
Thank you. Is he laid on here for a comment or just for the same thing for the reading? Okay, very good. So no questions, no comments. Going to make this one of the shorter parts of our agenda. And I guess we will go right to the vote. So please go ahead and vote. So with respect to second reading for bylaw 400.58 as presented, the vote is in and it is unanimously in favor. Councillor Connick.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I would so move that council resolves to consider third reading of bylaw 400.58 as the same meeting as second reading.
Thank you. And as council certainly knows, but for those in the gallery, that gives the opportunity for an additional reading this evening and for us to consider third reading. And that's all it is for. It has really nothing to do with the bylaw itself, as it does the opportunity to vote for an opportunity to vote on third reading. Anyone have any comments? Please vote. And that was unanimous as well, which would tend to make me think we will have another motion. Councillor Hoekstra.
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. I move that council gives third reading to bylaw 400.58 as presented.
Thank you. And an equal amount of input on that item. Councillor Dallas.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. Yeah, we all seem to be pretty much on the same page on this. I know there was one resident that supplied a letter of concern. I think some of their concerns were maybe they had some misinformation on them, and all those were resolved in the presentation. And so I think it's not that this was just predetermined, but the fact that that was evaluated and considered. So thank you.
And thank you for mentioning that. I'm of the same opinion. The fact it was as well. One last opportunity. Very good. With respect to third and final reading for bylaw, I'm sorry, for the redesignation from R5 to R1 to R4 on bylaw 400.58. Please go ahead and vote. That is unanimous as well. Third and final reading. Thanks, everyone. And then Manager Hackett, the next one up for possibly second and third reading, bylaw 400.57 for the rezoning of the 49th Street lots, as we discussed earlier, from R2 to R5.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy, members of council. Based on the information tonight, it is the recommendation of administration that council gives second reading to bylaw 400.57 as presented. We would also recommend that if it is unanimous to move to third reading, but there certainly was lots of discussion and presentations during the public hearing tonight. So we're pleased to answer any questions related to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'll certainly start off the discussion, and at the risk of being unpopular with a lot of residents that I respect in that area, for me, I think this is a far preferable development than some of the iterations that we have seen in the past. And as far as the small lots, I think the opportunity for discontent with your neighbors is far greater with eight smaller properties, whatever the number was, than it is with one larger. And I admit it, albeit larger structure, but only one. I think that we have a very concerned developer who is willing to put forth some ideas to deal with the concerns and whatnot of the area residents, which I appreciate, and I have no reason not to take him at his word. For me, the difficulty becomes when we talk about property values and whatnot. For me, there's really nothing worse than an empty bare lot in the midst of a residential area like that. I think it's far worse than having what I hope will be a very attractive structure there in whatever iteration it does end up at. I do look forward to seeing some proper drawings come forward. The ones that were given so far, I think, were perhaps a little more anecdotal in nature. We've got, we have to keep in mind that for our purposes here today, there really is no requirement for any of those such drawings. Those were put forward simply as tools to help better explain what the possible future plan for that area is. So that's my thoughts. I know it's not popular with some area residents in an area that I have a great affinity for, because I lived there for a great number of years, only a few houses to the south on the adjoining street as well. So for myself, I am in favor of this development, because I think there are far less desirable developments that actually could go here. And I really think that in time, I'm hopeful that this one has an opportunity to see how positive it can be for the area. Councillor Dallas.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I struggle with these. I guess there's just the thought aspect of it, and then there's the emotional aspect of it. And so far, there hasn't been one that's kind of made me tremble when I want to speak on them. We're responsible for looking after our community and what is best for the city. In this case, we have 7 people who are very concerned about what is best for them. And it's always difficult because, I'm not sure what the exact population is, but there's 13,000 other people that we didn't exactly get feedback from. And it's hard to make decisions for what's best for our community based off of that. There's a lot of concerns that have been brought up. Some of them, I think, not even have been addressed, are always addressed with our bylaws and our building restrictions and what is required and what is allowed. There's no evidence of property devaluation from higher density housing in your communities. The mayor has made some excellent points about bare lots and what those actually do for you as well. There was another comment about the developer having other options in other areas to go build this. And I'm actually I'm not sure that's true because I don't know of what other properties they own. I'm familiar with the property that they do own. So that is where they were working. In regards to this area, I think it is an excellent area for anybody to live. Close to schools, close to downtown, close to park. You're within walking distance of other things. Typically, people in apartments do not own as many vehicles. So even though we do have parking requirements, you know, I'm not going to speculate whether they'll all be used or whether it'll be over or under, but we just kind of have some basic information that we can go off of. And I also agree that other iterations of this could be not as beneficial. I think about what 4 small homes or 8 smaller units would look like where there is no controlling manager of a property versus one that has an incentive to make their property livable and acceptable. So I will be voting in favor of this. Thank you.
Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. There's a lot of passion and emotion in this room tonight because of the many years that some wonderful citizens have contributed to this community in so many different ways. And I envy that. You drive down these streets, the heart and pride of ownership and detail, cleanliness, kind of even certain areas within our city, you have your own communities. And it's wonderful to see the heart and pride. But yet, the kind of a frustration to me is the term affordable housing. To me, I'd rather hear people say housing options because I think there's a stigma with affordable housing because you see a 10 or 12 unit apartment building. I think we put it upon that it's going to negatively affect it. I think, you know, I applaud the developer for putting a far more significant effort into a presentation, more detail, give us some visual than the previous one. And that's why I didn't support it previously. There wasn't enough information. But, you know, I live in a Labourne apartment that it's $1,265 for 550 square feet. And is that affordable? It's whatever opinion you want to make it. It's went up from $975 in 3 months. It's going up another $100 to me in September. So, you know, and yet I hear from a lot of the residents, even that are in Labourne, they want to be downtown. For some of these people elderly people, they want to be within walking distance of a grocery store, a drugstore, you know, the rec facilities to walk, you know, and we have a big lot, and probably the hardest thing about being on council in 7 years is dealing with these big lots, because nothing more would be wonderful to see just another big, beautiful house go up, one house, one family dwelling, simple. But they're not. It's difficult, and it's a lot of passion of, you know, and that's the hardest part. But I'm really in favor of this. I think through the MPC is when I'm on available. I think the developer is willing to, for example, there are some vegetation of trees that goes very significant height in a short period of time to address some concerns. There's architectural appeal, there's landscaping. I think it still can be beautiful. There's other common ones down by the airport. I'm sorry, not the airport, the hospital. And I think it can work. And I think we have a responsibility to have housing options. It's people who want to be part of this community. I think we should let them. So it's very difficult, but I'm in favor of it.
Councillor Hoekstra, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. Anyhow, we do have fun once in a while, but I just wanted to say that you actually have been witness to a very interesting council meeting tonight, because the decision we're making right now with this bylaw might seem to be just one decision, but it's actually in the context of a whole lot of decisions that we have to make. And you were privileged to hear the presentation regarding the social needs assessment. And if you take the time to read that whole report, we are challenged as city councilors to make these kinds of changes in our communities. But I do have to look at you, at people that I care about, and know that this does affect your life. I know that. And please don't ever think that I don't know that. I do. But since last August, when this came before us, I feel like I had a lot more information that came to me. And one of them, the number one challenges was that housing in our country is kind of in crisis, but the people that stand in the way of any true change is a municipal councillor. And I went, what? What do you mean? But I really took that seriously. And Don and I are on, Councillor Gullickson and I are on the Affordable Housing Committee, and you start realizing we do have to make tough decisions to provide choice for our citizens. And I am sorry that it will affect you, but I am really confident that it might be a whole lot better than empty lot. And so I know that a number of you have said there's other locations, but this one's walkable. And so tonight too, we hear about we're developing this cool area downtown. We want people to live and be down in the downtown core. We want our downtown core to be beautiful, and that people say, I like this city. And so when we can have housing that has people close to that downtown core and they can walk, it makes a lot of sense to me. I'm excited about this project. I'm really glad it's on the outskirts of your community, like it's not smack dab right in the middle. I think that's one of the positive things about this location, if that makes sense. Like I'm saying, it's not in the middle of all your houses, right? It's not like, it's on the end of a street. You're looking at me with, it's beside your house, but I'm saying that it goes on the other side. There's nobody. It's the park, right? Okay. That's okay. I just do support this change and choice in housing, and it has a lot to do with the social needs assessment. I'll be honest about that piece too. So I apologize that it may affect you adversely.
Councillor Gullickson.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I find it interesting that council seems to be supporting this when it wasn't too long that we turned down a similar project downtown. Which, so what do we have? Two different standards, I guess. The one downtown was even in a better location than this one, and this council turned it down. I will be voting against this, by the way. I feel that there's other options for that property that would be more suitable for the community. So I can't believe that we would support this and have turned down the one that was just a block from our center.
Councillor Connick.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. A lot of good comments made by the other councillors this evening already that I would share. I've had the privilege of serving this community for the longest of anyone on here, and I've been in this gallery a few times when we've had it full with similar projects. I know there was a hue and cry when the second Lagon apartment went up on the north end, and there were those that said property values would diminish, and that simply didn't occur. I totally understand the sentiment that I don't want this next to me or in my neighborhood. I totally get that. And this job is difficult. I mean, it's difficult in that one can be easily swayed by public sentiment, and I have been swayed twice. I voted against this before, and as Councillor Gullickson alluded to, I voted against a similar development downtown. And as Councillor Hoekstra alluded to, not long after those decisions were made, there was a federal opposition leader who made some very good points about how affordable housing is being, well, the brakes are being put on these type of developments by municipalities. And I thought, no, that's not happening. And then, no, we've actually done it twice already. So that gave me some pause as well. It's very these decisions are always very difficult. I do take some exception to the comments that renters don't look after properties or that they're trouble. I don't, the mayor had alluded to that. I believe that it's much easier to control one building and the people in it than multiple ones. There are people with single family homes in this community that don't look after their properties. So the notion that somehow renters are trouble or they don't look after, I started in an apartment building and I had respect for that property. So I guess I did have one question, Manager Hackett. What is the requirements for parking for an apartment? Is it 2 spots per unit or 1 spot per unit? Do you have, sorry, I'm sure it's in there somewhere, but I just wondered if you could, because the renderings seem to suggest almost, I guess they're just high level renderings, but it looks like to me there's 2 spots per unit, but I could be wrong.
Mayor Creasy and through to Councillor Connick. In terms of the land use bylaws, section 8.2 does set out the required parking spaces. They are linked to the number of bedrooms in the apartment. So 1 space is required for every 1 bedroom unit or studio. We used to call them bachelor suites. I guess they call them studio apartments now. 2 bedroom units require 1.5 spaces, and a 3 bedroom or more unit would require 2 spaces.
Okay.
So it does depend on the drawings that would come in, how many bedrooms would total for the total count on parking. And also there is 1 guest space per every 5 dwelling units. So in a 10 unit apartment, there would be 2 guest spaces on top of what's required for the bedroom.
Okay, thank you. I wanted some clarification on that. Yeah, and I get the whole parking issue, but again, I live in an area where parking is neighbors park in front of my house all the time. I mean, it's and they don't use their garages, so I don't know how you police parking. I get the issues with parking, but I think if we can get as many spots as possible in there, I think that'll alleviate a lot of those issues. At any rate, that's all the comments I have. Thank you.
Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I'll make the motion that council gives second reading to bylaw 400.57 as presented.
Thank you. Prior to considering second reading, do we have any additional questions or thoughts? Very well, please go ahead and vote. So that was not unanimous. It did pass by a margin of 6-1 with Councillor Gullickson in the negative, and so noted. Councillor Hoekstra.
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. I'd like to move that council resolves to consider the third reading of bylaw 400.57 at the same meeting as second reading.
Thank you. Councillor Gullickson.
Doesn't it have to be unanimous, the second reading for it to proceed? This one doesn't?
I would ask our CAO how our bylaw reads for consideration of third reading at the same meeting as second.
So the readings are a simple majority. The decision to proceed to a third reading at the same meeting as second reading is given must be unanimous to proceed to third reading.
Appreciate that clarification, and thank you for noting that, Councillor Gullickson. I was going to say balance for a second. So we do have a motion before us from Councillor Hoekstra for consideration of third reading this evening. I don't see any lights on, so please go ahead and vote on that. And that is voted on. There was 5 for and 2 opposed. Therefore, we will not be considering third reading this evening, and that will be at a later date. I expect our next meeting for consideration then. So there will be some lobbying going on for the next month or so. Thanks, everyone. So, Manager Hackett, had you planned on going through the information on street naming, or are we going to?
Mayor
It's
Creasy,
not real lengthy, is it?
it's very short. It's on my chair in the gallery, so I just have to grab it and bring it back up. I just have a brief statement.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Manager Hackett, you got your notes? Please proceed.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Creasy. I just want to present briefly tonight on the City of Lacombe civic addressing or street naming policy following the June 10th council meeting, in which there were some good questions posed by council regarding interpretation of the policy. We provided a very brief answer that evening, and upon reflection, I'd like to provide some additional information. Street naming in Lacombe is subject to civic addressing policy 66201.02 from 2014. And as with any policy, sometimes there is more than one interpretation. Under the policy, when a new street is being created, the developer presents the naming choice. Administration then reviews and assesses that name compared to the policy and the Canada Post requirements, and then council makes the decision to approve, reject, amend, or substitute that name. That evening, the name proposed by the developer was Henner's Place. And administration did review the name under the policy, but on June 10th, we didn't provide that full assessment. We have now done that in tonight's report. And the policy does have several factors for consideration. So the street will line up with Deer Street, and therefore under that part of the policy, it could be called Deer Street. The motion, the preferred developer's choice was reflected in the motion, which was for Henner's Place, which did relate to the theme of the area backing onto Henner's Pond and some of the other streets in the area that are called Henner's. It's not often that new streets are created, so this was good recognition that when bringing forward, we should be bringing forward all of our analysis to council of the various choices, and we'll be doing that in the future so that there's more full information there. At the June 10th meeting, council did approve the street name as Henner's Place by motion. Under the procedural bylaw, should council wish to reconsider that motion, there are steps to do so through a new motion. The recommendation from administration this evening is to acknowledge the additional information in the report and take no action, but I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Hackett. Does anyone have any questions of administration? Councillor Hibbs?
Just a quick comment, because I just don't want to belabor the point, but I think for future policy reviews or revisions of the naming policy, I think that the practice of naming something Henner's Point, Henner's Gate, Henner's Outlook, Henner's Road, Henner's Close, frankly, it's confusing. You know, if you have an ambulance coming and you say, and because you're panicking, and what street are we on? Henner's Road, but they meant Henner's Outlook. Do you know what I mean? Like it's silly to me that this name is somehow so synonymous with this area that we literally have to name every street in that area the same thing. So my suggestion would be going forward, fine, come up with a theme, but please literally do not repeat the exact same name 10 times. Like maybe it's Henner's, maybe it's Harold, maybe it's Harrison, maybe it's Harrington. Pick an H. Okay, great, run with it. But just the repetition, I think it's just setting up for confusion, and it's not very creative. Thanks.
certainly always good to have differences of opinion. I'm pretty much the opposite end of the spectrum. I think it's a brilliant way to go, and makes for far less confusion when people are looking for an area. At least it gets them to a particular neighborhood. This type of naming, I was just in Calgary over the weekend and was in an area like this, and yeah, if there was 10 here, there was 50 there that all started with the same Royal Birch this, Royal Birch that. I don't know. At least you knew you were in Royal Birch. You're close, but yeah, I don't know, 6 of one, half dozen the other. I think it's done for a reason in lots of communities, and would like to see it continue. But that'll be for future councils to decide. Anyone else? Very good. Thank you for that, Manager Hackett. Appreciate you being forthcoming with that information for us to consider in the future. Thanks. No, it was just information. Unless you'd care to, I think it's nonsense for information, but go ahead. Well, don't then. So the 3 items there that we had put forward, I mean, we're at 8:45 or thereabouts. Do we want to go and do our in-camera stuff and give them the appropriate emphasis that we can? And then if there's time afterwards, we can consider coming back to the addition or the final 3 items under request for decision. That seem reasonable, Council? In case we do not have time, I will at this time go through our next meetings. And they're all regular council meetings here at City Hall at 5:30 p.m. for Monday, August the 12th, Monday, August the 26th, and then again on Monday, September 9th, for those of you that add those to your calendars or are curious. That is our planned 3 upcoming, as I said, regular council meetings. And then that takes us, unless I've overlooked any items, I believe that takes us to our 2 in-camera items at this time, with the appropriate motion, of course. Councillor Connick.
Well, thank you, Mayor Creasy. I was just going to make a motion to go beyond 9 o'clock because I'm not convinced we can get it done in 15 minutes, but.
Wonderful idea.
So I'll make that motion then. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seen a bunch of other lights. I don't know that IT's got that immediately at their fingertips, so perhaps we could just have an indication by hand to go past 9 p.m. this evening. By a show of hands, all those in favor? Those opposed? Very good. 1 opposed. And so noted. Thank you, Councillor Hibbs. There was 2? Oh. And then we want to consider some in-camera items. Councillor Connick?
Yeah, I guess so. Sure. Motion to go in camera, I guess.
Thank you. It looks like it's 8:45 p.m. and I'm not seeing any lights on once again, so please go ahead and vote. The motion is before you on your machines. And that is unanimous. We will be in camera once the
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I'll make the motion that council reappoint Kim Willington to the Affordable Housing Steering Committee with a term starting July 9th, 2024 and ending July 8th, 2025.
Thank you. Any questions or concerns? Please vote. Yep.
I know, just. I know.
That is unanimous. Thank you. Councillor Conick.
I also move that council approve the appointment of Rosanna Kirkus to the Downtown Area Redevelopment Plan Advisory Committee with a term starting July 9th, 2024 and ending July 8th, 2025.
Thank you. Does anyone have any additional comments? Please vote. And that is unanimously in favor. The appointment of Rosanna Kirkus. Councillor Hibbs. Oh, go ahead and do it then.
I would move that council appoint Daniel Becker to the Heritage Resources Committee as the Lacoma District Historical Society representative to complete the existing term, which started September 1st, 2022 and ends August 31st, 2026, effective immediately.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Please proceed to vote.
How about I do the third one? Vote.
Well, unfortunately, that's motions before us now. Which would have been a fine idea if the chair had have went in order. This just goes to show you how on top of things our IT team is. They can just change on the fly and adjust accordingly. And it is unanimously supported to appoint Daniel Becker to the Heritage Resources Committee. Thanks, everyone. Councillor Conick.
I also move that council approve the appointment of Daniel Becker to the Downtown Area Redevelopment Plan Advisory Committee with a term starting July 9th, 2024 and ending July 8th, 2027.
Thank you. If there are no additional comments, you can go ahead and vote now, please. And for the DARP area committee, advisory committee, Daniel Becker has been supported unanimously as well. Thank you. And we have one remaining item of business. Is anybody prepared to make a motion for municipal services? Councillor Hoekstra.
I'll make that motion. The wording was that we,
Very much the same as the recommended.
that council directs administration to continue exploring something for municipal services. Land options for municipal services.
Thank you, Councillor Hoekstra. Appreciate that. Anyone have any additional questions or comments? Yeah, once that's up in your machines, you can proceed to vote, please. Please go ahead and vote. I think it was 4 instead of from. That's just a clarity. I think we can appreciate that it's supposed to be 4. Continue, yeah. We'll be sure and get that cleaned up on the. Mr. Tomnuck, is that a difficult thing to add the council directs administration? Then that one will just do fine and we'll see that it's cleaned up on the presentation version. I think we can all appreciate that that's to read the council directs administration to continue exploring land options for municipal services. Is everybody clear with that and voted accordingly? On that understanding, very good. That is unanimous in support. Thanks, everyone. And then the final item was 2 items, I'm told. Engineering Manager Mitchell, what exciting news are you bringing forward for us?
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. Good evening, members of council. I am bringing back the Michener Park paving options or hard surfacing options. So before council tonight are 6 options for improving the main parking lot at Michener Park that range in cost from $40,000 to $495,000. Administration was asked to look at options that utilized asphalt millings, which are a byproduct of the city's annual paving program, with the intent to improve conditions and make the parking lot more accessible. Millings appear similar to gravel, but are darker in color and contain bitumen from the asphalt that's in the surface, and it softens when heatens and hardens when compacted. The pulverized millings are created when the contractor removes all old asphalt by pulverizing it rather than just ripping it out with a backhoe. These millings are stockpiled in the city yard and used mainly in lanes and for maintenance works. In most cases, the millings reduce dust, strengthen softer areas, and provide a modest reduction in maintenance requirements. However, the millings are not well refined when removed during construction and can include larger asphalt chunks, pieces of roadway filter fabric, and other debris. City operations has used millings in several locations around the city with varying results. The 2 cheaper options presented in this memo range in cost from $40,000 to $49,000. They include top dressing the existing gravel parking lot with asphalt millings or a combination of asphalt millings and oil that will help bind the millings together. Both options will provide dust abatement and reduce maintenance, but will not provide a fully accessible surface. It will be similar in roughness to a gravel surface and would still require annual maintenance. Examples of using millings as top dressings here in the city include the roadways in the Fairview Cemetery, the Northwest Recreation Area parking lot, so the soccer fields up on the north end of Woodland, and the snow dump site on 34th Street. Examples of using millings with oil include the Fish and Fetch parking lot, which was done a couple years ago, and the airport parking lot, which was originally asphalt, but 12 years ago was patched with asphalt millings and oil. And it held up fairly well. The patch held up fairly well until recent years, and it is crumbling again. The middle options range in price from 75,000 to 88,000 and include reshaping the existing gravel in the parking lot surface to address drainage concerns and adding crushed and graded millings mixed with oil, or virgin gravel with, this is the second option, is virgin gravel with a product called SB90 that creates a cold asphalt mix. Both of these options will improve dust abatement and reduce maintenance. In addition, since the granular material is either refined or you're using virgin gravel, it will provide a more consistent surface, though I would not call it an accessible surface. It will not be as smooth as asphalt, and instead of appearing to be really good gravel, the public may perceive it as poor asphalt. These options are expected to last 10 to 12 years, but still include some annual maintenance. One example of this type that was used here in town was the gravel with the SB90 product, and that was used in the Upper Missioner Park, so the road out by the campground, which I think has been described as really bad asphalt before, was never asphalt. It was gravel and SB90, and it was also used in the parking lot next to the cone. Now, these were treated with SB90 15 years ago at very low costs, and in talking with Manager Logston, the city did it in-house, and so it was done with personnel that weren't familiar with the product, and he believes that better results could be achieved if we engaged a contractor experienced with the product and who had the right equipment. I don't believe we had a packer on site when they did that. They did it all with graders and a truck that sprayed the material onto the gravel and then just mixed it in.
So Manager Mitchell, I'm just curious, on that area that you referenced at the campground, is that more an indication of poor base preparation, not necessarily the surface? I mean, the surface is actually in remarkably good shape. It's just that it is very wavy. So it makes me believe that it's the base that's the issue.
It's likely a combination of both. There was not much base work done. They did a little bit of shaping it, but according to Manager Logston, who was actually on the equipment at the time, it was all done with city in-house crews as an experimental project. And so they shaped it a little bit, and then they put about 2 inches of fresh gravel down. They brought trucks out, they sprayed the material on top of that, and then they drove the grader over a few times to windrow it in and mix it, and then they spread it back out again. And it compacted over time. It wasn't rolled at the time, is my understanding. And so, you know, for what it was, I think it was $12,000, 15 years ago. It's held up relatively well. But again, like I said, it's one of those areas that's been described as bad asphalt instead of good gravel. So just something for council to be aware of.
Thank you.
So then that leads me to the most, and I will say, when I asked Manager Logston which one of all the options he recommended, and he said he would like to see that one done again, but done right this time with people who knew the product and that could be, compacted properly. So I'll put that out there. The two most expensive options range from $200,000 to $495,000. And the first and the lowest includes a bare bones paving of the parking lot with an asphalt mix that uses some millings instead of all virgin gravel. This lower cost option does not include line paint, signage, or parking blocks. The most expensive option includes a complete rebuild of the parking lot. So that's coring it out, putting in a brand new gravel base, shaping it, paving it, parking blocks, line paint, signage, handicap markings, the whole shebang. And so that's the $495,000. And it does not use any recycled asphalt millings. Now, I don't want this to be a red herring. I do want to note that the difference between the $200,000 option and the $495,000 option are not because of the asphalt millings. They're more due to the preparation of the gravel base, and then of course the line painting and I think the parking blocks alone are $40-some thousand. So the line painting's probably $5,000-6,000. So
Manager Mitchell.
Yes.
Just so I'm clear, the less of those two options, the $200,000 one, that was for a single width of actual asphalt on the complete length closest to the diamonds, was it? Or
no, it's the full width of the parking lot. So basically they'd come in and they'd reshape the existing gravel. They're not going to bring any new gravel to site. So if there is a subpar base, we haven't gone out and tested it. I don't know how much gravel is out there today, but it's held up. it's held up decently well over time with us reshaping it and fixing potholes and the like, but we're not doing any base structure like deep strength repairs or anything like that. So it's just reshaping it and paving over that with 3 inches across the whole parking lot. And again, no line paint, nothing like that, but 200,000 just for a black surface out there with the same thickness as of asphalt in both options. The pricing I did include in the lower cost option does consider using wrap as part of the material, but again, I wouldn't say that that's a big cost differential item. By the time they load the recycled asphalt product, take it to the plant to mix the asphalt and bring it back, any cost savings you've had are going to be offset by the hauling costs. So, I mean, you could brag that you're using a bit more recycled product, but that's probably the vast majority of it. You might see a small cost change.
Why do we have an option of calcium chloride, or is it just too abrasive?
Well, the direction was to look at asphalt millings as an option, so I didn't even consider that for dust abatement. So if we used asphalt millings, it's something we have in house, and it's using material we have stockpiled in our yards, and so that was the thought that we'd go with that direction. So I just didn't provide pricing.
I'm sorry, like as soon as gravel's dry, and I don't think the farmers market starts the long weekend, does it not? May?
Oh, yeah.
So like you have like a month so it can dry before it's farmers market, I guess is what my thought was.
Sure. My understanding was that council was looking for something that would make the parking lot more accessible friendly, not just abate dust. So I did throw in those options so that they would understand what millings alone would do, just to kind of give you a benchmark. But if calcium chloride is an option you would like to explore, all of these motions contained herein are looking at what would you like us to bring back for budget. And so you could certainly make a motion to bring back options for pricing for calcium chloride at the time of budget, if that's what you desire. I will say, I didn't talk about timelines, or I think I did say that the middle one would be about 10 to 12 years. The lowest cost option, a couple of years, and we'll be patching it every year. The full asphalt, we're looking at 20 to 25 years of life with minimal operations input. So that's also a
and on the $200,000 one, the expected or the hoped lifespan would be
slightly less. Again, we haven't done a full geotech report on the existing gravel base out there. So
over 10?
Over 10.
Okay.
Yeah. So if it's council's desire to provide a fully accessible parking lot with the most longevity and least maintenance, then administration would recommend option 5 be considered for the 2025 capital budget. But I am open to any direction.
For the record, option 5 was which?
Option 5 was the $200,000 asphalt pavement.
No, that was not planned, but that's one I was going to say. I could live with the $200,000 investment in that area if the expected lifespan is over the 10-year mark, hopefully significantly longer. The $500,000 one for me is excessive for this particular use. Councillor Dallas?
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I guess for me, we are purely making this accessible for one group for 1 day a week and not for the other 6.5 days a week. For me, I feel like this is unnecessary and not needed at all. And if we were going to be improving something like this, I'm sure there are other facilities that are city owned and operated that we could be looking at and doing those instead. And there's also other options for these places to go if they find this is not accessible for them. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hibbs.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I would agree with Councillor Dallas. It just seems like we've kind of diverged. We talked about using something that we had lots of and talked about accessibility, but we've been shown here that those in fact don't go together. So I don't actually see what we're solving. I'm not really in particularly of a mind to deal with the parking lot at Michener. It's just not a high priority. I can think of so many other things I would rather invest that type of money in. So I'm out on this one.
Thank you. Councillor Ross?
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I think that the option of calcium chloride, I think calcium chloride does pack as well. And I think applied and packed it would be increase, I think it would increase accessibility and takes away the dust problem. It's not the perfect solution, but I think you could try that first, and then look at the cost of that, and then yeah, I just be more in favor of that than 4 or 5 option.
Thank you. Councillor Gullickson, you get the final word if you choose to speak. Yes, you do.
Yes, why would I have?
Because it's your notice of motion.
No, from a long time ago, but I'm listening to this, I think it's, this is a long time ago. I don't have a mind that remembers that far back. Okay, anyway, I feel that it would make a tremendous difference if we put that down out there. The farmer's market is well attended by people from Lacombe and outside of Lacombe. And I don't know if you've been there when it's raining, maybe you have, but it's a mess. And that applies to not just the farmer's market, but the ball people also. So I think the option of using just the millings would be great and an excellent start. And if we pack it down, I think it would be a good surface that wouldn't be as muddy and provide a lot better access for the people that are in wheelchairs. Thank you.
Councillor Hoekstra.
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. I just had a question about, is this only the one chunk of the parking lot, or it's only the east-west one, not the north-south one?
Correct.
Very good. Any additional input? Councillor Gullickson.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. So we're going to make this motion to bring, this is just coming to budget. It's not happening this year. So we're going to be able to talk about this again, about not spending this extra money, even though we spend a lot of money elsewhere for other stuff that's useless. But did that come out? Oh no, it's getting late. I'll make the motion that council directs administration to include options 1 through 6 for consideration in our 2025 capital budget. So we can look at all the options. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional input? We'll move through for consideration of options at budget time. And I'm assuming that is a different wording than what IT had. So we'll give them a moment to put that together for us. And in the interim, I just want to thank council for everybody's input. I seriously did not think that we would get finished prior to 10 o'clock tonight. So thank you know, true. But thank you for that.
It's going to be short and sweet because there's nobody here. Can do a lot of stuff. Yeah.
I believe that is ready for voting. Please go ahead and do so. Very good. Thank you, Mr. Tomnick. Appreciate that.
You don't even want to look at it. It's just like you don't want to look at it.
And by a margin of 4-3, that will not be available for consideration during the capital budget. Gentlemen. Order, thank you. So by a margin of 4-3, that is defeated. So that will not be brought forward for consideration the 2025 capital budget because there's fewer I will say that was in favor was Councillors Gullickson, Conick, and Creasy. So the last item, item 6.8, which is a lot more recent memory for Councillor.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it won't matter because obviously my notices of motion are going nowhere. But I wanted to bring this forward. I'm going to make the motion that council advises administration to look into the feasibility of selling the Lacombe Airport. So now, can I speak to that?
As the forwarder of that motion, you absolutely have the first and last word. Councillor Gullickson, please
Thank you
proceed.
very much, Mayor Creasy. Anyway, where this comes from, of course, is part of it is the fire hall and my frustrations with that up there. And Director Lapointe can attest to my moods at the meetings at the airport, maybe it would be the right word. Anyway, but recently it's come to my notice that the airport has increased by 25%, at least the number of hangars. It's grown by 25% in the last couple of years. And there's a reason for that. And I think it's probably the best option for anybody in central Alberta to have their hangars. And there's a reason also for that, is our support. The other thing is that there's 2 proposed commercial businesses to move into the airport. And I'm not sure that our lease recognizes commercial properties, does it?
It does not. In fact, there are multiple businesses there
Yeah,
already.
already. So I'm wondering if that's outside of our lease agreement with them already. And we should look at, and when I say sell the airport, it might be just a matter of returning it to the airport, to them, because we got it for free, I assume, correct? Is that not correct? Yeah. So return it to them and then the taxes start to come back to the city. Because I don't think what's happening up there right now with the growth that's there and wanting to have residents in the hangars and starting to look at commercial businesses, I think it's totally outside of the original agreement that the city had with the airport. So that was my reasoning behind it. And just to look at it and see if it's possible. So
thank you, Councillor Gullickson. I appreciate that. Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I do agree with you at times. You look at the number of hangars, how many even reside within the county or city of Lacombe. And if you look at the total cost of all the land it takes up, and if you had a value of that land divided by the number of hangars, it's a substantial asset per benefit, is what I'm trying to say, if that makes sense. And like, if I don't know, it'd be interesting to explore. I think it's very bold to look at it, but yeah, I actually kind of support it.
Anyone else? Councillor Hibbs.
Oh, why not weigh in at this point in time? I did do a little bit of research into this idea because it's not ever happened before. There are examples. So I looked into that and it was very interesting, I have to say. So my curiosity wins here. I am going to be supporting your motion. I do think that this is an interesting idea and I think it's worth discussion. So I will be supporting it.
Thank you. Councillor Gullickson, you had mentioned part of the reasoning for this was because of negotiations for the location for an alternate city resource on these lands. And from the members that I know of the Lacombe Flying Club, they are very reasonable and community-minded individuals. Apparently, each and every one of them must have been absent when this was discussed, because I think those individuals that made this decision should be thoroughly ashamed of themselves. This is not in support of our community. It's despicable, and I fully support your motion here this evening.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I'd also like to mention that Bicycle recently sold theirs. So it'll be interesting to look at what their process was. And they were in a similar agreement to what we are by the sounds of it. And as they became more commercial, I think that was one of the reasons that they ended up selling it. So I hope there's lots of good information out there, I think, and I'll be very curious to see what comes back from it and see what the airport has to say about us looking into this.
Any additional comments? So with respect to the motion, the council advises administration to look into the feasibility of selling the Lacombe Airport. Please go ahead and vote. And that is unanimous. In favor? I think that concludes our business for this evening. Councillor Gullickson?
I'll move that we adjourn.
Thank you. We are adjourned. The record will reflect it is 9:52 p.m. Thanks, everyone.